Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. We have about 3 minutes to start the session. I just wanted to ask the technical support if everything is okay or if you need something from me before start of the session. Can you hear me?
Hi, Miloš. Sure.
Hi,
How are you?
Alexei.
Yes, we are ready. We are ready, so we start in 5 minutes or so.
Okay.
We have 6 full presentations at this session. I see some speakers are here. Yes.
Yes, I also checked the participants list, and it seems that most of the speakers maybe are present. Not sure if everyone. The third paper, I don't see the presenter.
Third, Peter Birkholz from Dresden.
Yeah. So
maybe they will enter a bit later.
Yeah, let's expect that.
We have a 1 hour difference.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
I know. So we should have at least feeling to being in St. Petersburg. So
you are welcome, Miloš.
Yes.
I guess you still have a Russian visa.
Yes, I still have Russian visa until I think beginning of December. And it's very big pity that finally when I got 3 years visa, 2 years of this was covered by this stupid COVID.
Oh yeah.
I couldn't come. But still I think maybe now it can be possible. Not this week. I would not be able anyway, but not sure. Not sure.
It's not easy. It's not easy, but if you want to make Sputnik vaccine in Russia, it's possible, of course.
No, I have vaccine already, different one. So
okay.
I think it should be possible with some PCR test. But let's leave this to another discussion. It's not important for the session. But I wanted to ask you. So I think we will start in few minutes, but we can wait for some latecomers, maybe 1-2 minutes, as you said.
Yeah.
And we can smoothly start to talk to start the session. So I would like to say hello to everyone. My name is Miloš Železný, and I will chair this session. And I send you all greetings from Pilsen. And here it was 5 degrees in the morning and sunny weather. So Alexei, don't leave, please. I wanted to ask you one very important question. So.
Sure.
So I would like to welcome all in virtual St. Petersburg. Maybe you should welcome because you are there, but me not. But you should tell us some short information, very brief, about weather and about how crowded is metro, so that we have the feeling that we just came from the hotel to the meeting room. What do you think?
Well, maybe I can show you a bit of St. Petersburg.
Yeah, but you have virtual background, so
yeah, I have a background. Now, well, so conditions are quite nice now. We have golden autumn, and for St. Petersburg, it's quite warm. Today is about 12 degrees. We still have no snow. Yeah, and today is the sunny day, so we are quite happy. Quite many people, but very few foreigners this time. But well, we are okay. We are fine. Of course, metro is very crowded as usually, as you know.
Yes, that's what I expected. Yeah. And my idea to start the session was that participants that are all online. They are in their offices or maybe homes, so they can have feeling being in St. Petersburg by concentrating and imagining how it could be in St. Petersburg. So we have 12 degrees, sunny weather, beautiful St. Petersburg streets, crowded metro as usual in the morning. And with this feeling, we came to the room. Now we take off the coat and we are here in warm room, and we look forward to interesting presentations. So Alexei, if you agree, I would say this is start of session. Do you want to say some welcome?
But you can start, dear colleagues. We start our third day of SPECOM, and it's the last day. We have several interesting sessions. Enjoy the conference.
Okay, so greetings also from me. And now I propose to start the session, not to delay. We have 6 full papers, 20 minutes each. So I propose 15 minutes for presentation so that we have 5 minutes for questions and for change of speaker. And I hope that the switching of the hosts is so that you can share your presentations is done by our colleagues in technical support. And I would like to ask the presenter of the first paper, which is called Learning Mesotones from F0 Contours Using 1D CNN. I expect from the list of participants that the presenter would be first our author, Parismita Gogoi. So I would like to ask you to take floor and present your paper. And I would like to ask all presenters to shortly half-minute introduction of yourself or 10 seconds is enough, but to say who you are in the beginning of the presentation. Okay, so can we start the first paper?
Yes. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, we can hear you. We cannot see, but
Yeah.
we can hear.
Sir, I'm switching off my video due to bandwidth issue. Yeah, so I'll be presenting right now. Let me share. Sir, please confirm if it is visible.
Yes, it is visible. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You can
Thank you.
start.
Yes, so it is around 12:30 p.m. From India. I'm from Assam, Guwahati, and greetings from India. So I thank the session chair for inviting us to present our work in this esteemed session in the spoken language processing. And the work that we are going to present today is on a work which is on a Mizo language, which is a tonal language spoken in the northeast of India and Western Burma, Myanmar, and Eastern Bangladesh. So we have taken up this work as part of a Ministry of India funded project. So we acknowledge the officials of the Department of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, for supporting us with for carrying forward the project. So let us begin. I am myself Parismita Gogoi, and Dr. Shishir Kalita, my co-author, is also with me. And if you have any query, we both can take at the later part of the session. Okay, so I begin. So the contents of my presentation is on introduction to tone recognition very briefly, then explanation to mesotone database preparation, then our proposed work, which is based on 1D CNN tone detection system, then a brief stint on baseline tone detection system, which is made using tuning, DNL, and lastly, we'll discuss the results and we'll conclude the talk. So the first part that I come for is introduction to tone recognition. So automatic tone recognition has always been a crucial task while developing speech technology like ASR, speaker recognition, etc. And mostly they are built for tonal languages, which are such as Cantonese, Mandarin, and Mizo. Mizo is our focus area here. So Mizo is a tone language. As I had already mentioned, it belongs to the Tibeto-Burman language family, and it is basically spoken in Mizoram state in the northeast of India, as well as Western Burma, Myanmar, and Eastern Bangladesh. And tone languages, they show variation in their tone patterns for every syllable. And in Mizo, we have around 4 distinct lexical tones. They are high, low, rising, and falling. And here in this work, we want to see how this, apart from these 4 distinct tones of Mizo, there is an existing tone of rising tone sandhi in the language. So tone sandhi, which is a phonological process that changes the canonical tone of a syllable, which is due to contextual effects of the preceding or the following tone. So in this work, in Mizo tone identification, we are trying to identify the 4 lexical tones as well as the tones on the phenomena that is occurring in the language. And there are some previous works done by us where we have seen that incorporation of tonal information improves the Mizo AR performance as well as Mizo digit recognition performance. Now, background about the Mizo language I have already told. This is a language which is belonging to the Tibeto-Burman language family, and around 8 lakhs speakers are there in Mizoram, northeast of India. And this is the location of the map, state on the map of India. Now, the Mizo speech corpus preparation, we have recorded the data from 10 male and 10 female Mizo native speakers, which are born and brought up in Mizoram, and their average age was 22. The data list that is comprised is of 3 monosyllabic Mizo word sequence, which are meaningful. Also, we have made possible combinations for trisyllabic phrases using the 4 lexical mesotones that they are high, low, rising, and falling, resulting in 64 unique tone combinations. And here in this table, we can see the word y, which is meaning, which is having different meanings due to the different tones present in the language. For high, it is they have a different meaning. For low, rising, and falling, there are different meanings for the same word y. Moving on, this is a figure where we can see the average normalized F0 contours of 4 mesotones. Here we can clearly see the F0 contour. And this is the high tone. This is denoted by H. This is falling tone. This is low tone, and this is the rising tone. And along with it, there is a tone sandhi phenomena occurring here. Tone sandhi phenomena in Mizo can be found in initial and medial positions of Mizo trisyllabic phrases. So this can be, there is an example where you can see the underlying tone becomes RTS. The RTS is rising tone sandhi. So the tone gets changed when they are followed by high tone or low tone. So in Mizo, this is the figure for average normalized F0 features for rising, low, and derived low tone from the tone sandhi in Mizo. So they are denoted here. This is the dotted lines are the rising tone, F0 contour. The L tone is for low, but the middle one here is the tone sandhi. So here, moving on, we go to the work part where we have proposed one 1D CNN based tone recognition. And in this case, we are trying to find out that to our knowledge, there has been no work reported so far to identify the tone sandhi phenomena along with the 4 distinct tones of meso. However, previous works have explored some handcrafted features which are derived from F0 contour, which may not provide actually the explicit representation of a specific tone category. So that is a very cumbersome process. That is why we have motivated towards to attempt in the field of for incorporating the tone sandhi along with 4 lexical tones and learn the tone specific features directly from the F0 contour using the 1D CNN model. And in this work, we have used the Pratt software to compute the F0 contours at every 2% interval of the total duration of the syllable, and the values are noted in a spreadsheet. This is the detailed structure of the meso data set where we can see the training examples, sample and testing examples, and total samples are 14,938 for training, and for testing we have 6,437 samples for testing. Now this is the proposed 1D CNN architecture. And previously, we have worked with baseline DNN systems, but in this work, we have used 1D CNN, which is directly using the contour of F0 contour of the mesotones, along with the tone sandhi tone. So in this case, what we do, we partition the data set into the 14,000 to 40,093 syllables as training examples and 6,437 syllables as testing examples as denoted in this table. Thus, the total tone examples are around 21,420. And the training data set is balanced to have similar number of files in each of the tone category. And speakers present in the train set are not included in the test set, so that the study is speaker independent. And in our proposed architecture, we can see that it fully automates the 5-tone classification of isolated syllables of meso. The CNN takes the F0 contour as the only input data and tries to classify the syllables into one of the 5 tones of meso. And the hypertube parameters of the network are tuned such that the difference of train set and test accuracies are reduced and do not overfit the model. And here you can see the layers we have used and the kernel size and the output size along with the model. So here we have used ReLU activation and max pooling is applied. And the filter size is 7 for all the CNN layers. The output of the global average pooling layers is fed to a dense layer of around size 128, where ReLU is used as an activation function. And finally, in the last layer, softmax activation is used, and it has 5 nodes corresponding to 5 tone classes. And CNN network is trained with random initialization of weights and biases, and optimized using stochastic gradient descent optimizer to minimize the categorical cross-entropy loss between the target level and the network level. So next is, this is the result. This is a confusion matrix of the 1D CNN based system, where we are showing the 5-tone classification accuracy. And here you can see that the rising tone sandhi is misclassified as low, like 18%. So, and here in the below table, we can see the comparison between a baseline model accuracy, which had the input features of F0 slope, height, variance, initial F0, final F0, and F0 difference. The accuracy was found to be 63.59%. And in our present work, using 1D CNN, F0 contour directly, the accuracy is improved and it is around 68.18. So our primary focus of our present research is to develop a robust automatic tone recognition tool, which does not require feature extraction. Rather, the model learns the tone classes directly from the F0 of each isolated syllables. So when evaluated, our proposed method achieves substantially higher accuracy compared to the baseline tone classifier. And the confusion matrix here, we can see that high and falling tones are correctly labeled as 59% and 71% accuracy, while the rising tones are identified with an accuracy of 71%. Low tones are identified with an accuracy of 50%. Rising Sunday tone is predicted correctly with 65% accuracy. So here I come to the end of my presentation. And to summarize, this is an attempt to automatically classify the rising tone in meso from low tone and from 1D CNN model using F0 contour as the only input data. And experimental results conducted for speaker independent case so that the proposed 1D CNN model achieves an accuracy of 68.1%. Our future work is planned in the direction to learn the tone characters using 2D CNN with narrow band spectrogram as the input to the network. And we acknowledge that the speech corpus used in this work was developed for the project titled Acoustic and Tonal Features Based Analysis of MISO, funded by Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, New Delhi. So I end my presentation here. These are my references. These are some of the previous works done on the MISO space corpus that was developed during the project work. So I thank you all for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. And now we have time for questions. So
sorry.
Okay, I would like to ask participants to ask questions. I can see Jan Volin, first question.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
okay. I would like to ask, when you speak about initial and final fundamental frequency as one of the parameters, what is initial for you? Where is that moment in terms of consonants and vowels? Because you speak about syllables, but if the syllable starts with a voiceless consonant, then there is no F0.
Sir, actually, that was one previous work. You want to speak?
Yes. Sir, I'm Cecil. So I actually what we considered is that we took the glottal activity part. So we counting of the glottal activity, we take the data. So we can say that the starting point will be the glottal activity from where the F naught will start. So we are not considering those region from where F naught will not be there.
But each consonant influences fundamental frequency differently. So human listeners solve it by ignoring the initial part of glottal activity. Like 10 to 15 milliseconds of glottal activity into the vowel is ignored by human listeners because it's unpredictable. It causes only noise in the recognition of tones. So maybe if you started measuring a bit later, you would get better results.
Okay, sir. Actually, actually, we consider that later part only, like because those tones are marked by human leveler only. So we have not used anything like automatic method. So, but we cross check with that glottal activity thing. But that MISO speaker who knows the MISO, they only like mark the tone, and that those things we done in Prat.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you for the question and for the answer. Do we have more questions for the speaker? I cannot see another question, and we are right 20 minutes from the start of the talks of the first paper, so I think we could switch to next paper. I would like to thank Parishmita and Shishir again, if I correctly read your names, and let's switch.
Yes.
Let's switch to second speaker. Second paper is named Articulation During Voice
Thank you
Study, and it will be presented by Lauri Tavi. So please start your presentation.
Thank you. And is everything okay? Can you see my screen and hear my voice?
Yes, we hear
Good.
you. We can see the presentation.
Good, thank you. I will just put this here and yes, okay, so my name is Lauri Tavi and I work as a postdoc at the University of Eastern Finland. And today I'm here to present our pilot study called Articulation During Voice Disguise. But let's start with speech variability. So we all know that our voices can be recognizable even though we can speak very differently in different conditions. So for example, we might feel angry or happy or under stress, or we speak differently to our bosses than with our friends. And obviously changing languages also affect speech characteristics, but still most of the time listeners can still recognize us if they know who we are. But we can also modify our speech in a way that we can become unrecognizable. And from the speaker's perspective, this can be intentional or desired. So for example, I might want to pretend to be someone else, or I'm in a play, or I might want to try to disguise my voice. But it can be also unintentional or undesired. So for example, in the mornings, we might have a very creaky voice, and if we need to use some kind of a voice authentication systems, it might cause problems. And we don't want to, because to cause that kind of problems, because we want to access, for example, into some kind of system. And many of these systems use automatic speaker verification, ASV, which answers the question, is this the same speaker? So basically these kind of systems, they compare to utterances or to speaker models and decides whether these utterances come from the same speaker. And modern systems are often X-vector based, and in studies, their performance is often measured as a percentage of equal error rate. And this EER, it's the point where these distributions of false acceptance rate and false acceptance rate are equal. So we might want to, as I mentioned, sometimes we might want to fool these kind of systems using voice disguise. And voice disguise can be defined as a deliberate action of the speaker who wants to falsify or to conceal his identity. And there are various ways to do voice disguise. Perhaps the primitive examples are just to use a creaky or harsh voice, or even Batman voice, or you can fake a specific speaking style. So for example, you might try to sound younger than you really are, or you might try to sound that you come from different country or something like that, or you can even imitate a specific person, or more sophisticated ways are to use modern voice conversion technological tools. But previous studies have shown that even these human-based voice disguise methods cause problems, even for state-of-the-art ASV systems. But still, only few studies have focused on what actually happens inside our mouths when we are using different kind of voice disguise techniques. So in our pilot study, we were interested how does articulation actually change when we, in this case, fake foreign accent, and whether these plausible articulatory changes affect ASV accuracy. We used the imitated L2 as a voice disguise method, and we had, in our data, we had Russian and Finnish speakers. So they both know the other language. So L2 was the other Finnish. So we had Russian and Finnish speakers, and for Russian, the voice disguise method was that they were speaking with their native L1 Russian, but they added this fake Finnish accent into this speech form. And for Finnish speakers, it was the opposite. So they also spoke with their native language L1, but this time they faked a Russian accent. And we chose Russian and Finnish speech because Finland and Russia are close neighbors, but the Finnish and Russian, they are from different language families. So we are talking about Finnic and Slavic languages. And this is why they have various phonological differences that may affect L2. So for example, there are different phonemes. In Finnish, we have ä, ö, y, which lack from Russian. The syllable stress is different. Basically in Finnish, it's always in the first syllable, but in Russian, it can change and even change the meaning of the word. But considering this study, perhaps the most interesting difference is palatalization, which lacks from Finnish language. And in Russia, there are, for example, unpalatalized and palatalized consonants. And by palatalization, I mean this kind of articulatory way when the place of the articulation is more higher and anterior, considered to, for example, non-palatalized consonants. We used electromagnetic articulography to record these tongue movements, and we focused on dorsum sensor. You can see the red circle in the figure on the right. And we recorded Finnish and Russian versions of the fable, The North Wind and the Sun. And we also recorded 70 prompt sentences, but they were used only in ASV evaluation. And these stories were recorded both in L1 native language and also with this imitated L2. So we had 4 speakers, one Russian and one Finnish male, both approximately 30 years old. And we also had one Finnish and one Russian female speakers, both approximately 20 years old. So at this point, you might wonder, what do I mean by fake accent? So let's hear some speech examples. So first we have, let's hope that you can hear this. So first we have Finnish male speaker speaking normal L1 Finnish without any accent.
Niin oli tuulen pakko myöntää, että aurinko oli kuin olikin heistä vahvempi.
Could you hear the example? Okay, I'm trusting that you can hear these examples. And then we have L2, the same Finnish speaker, but now with this fake accent, fake Russian accent, still speaking Finnish.
Niin oli tuulen pakko myöntää, että aurinko oli kuin olikin heistä vahvempi.
And then we have Russian male speaking L1 Russian.
Басня показывает, что часто убеждение бывает действеннее, чем сила.
And then finally the same Russian speaker, but now speaking Russia, but this fake Finnish accent.
Басня показывает, что часто убеждение бывает действеннее, чем сила.
We used functional data analysis, or FDA, to analyze these tongue trajectories. And this FDA, it involves a set of statistical methods that are extended from their traditional counterparts. the function of time. And when you're doing FDA, the first step is to transform these discrete data points to continuous curves using some kind of basis function system. And in our case, we used B-splines. And when you have these curves, the second step is to apply some statistical method. We used simple functional t-tests, and they were conducted to examine the differences in the tongue movement trajectories during these two speaking styles, so the regular L1 and this fake L2 accent. And the methodology in practice, so it was just we measured these the long these TD sensor trajectories for the whole north wind and the sun passage, and then we cutted this whole long trajectory into trajectories of individual words from this same story. And then these mean trajectories of the two speaking styles were compared using these functional t-tests, and we used separate t-tests for each speaker. The results, so both male front-back tongue movements differed statistically significantly between the speaking styles. However, we found no statistically significant differences between female speakers. Here we have the tongue trajectories and the results from t-tests for the Finnish male speaker. So for example, here we can see that when this speaker was speaking using this fake accent, we can see that this tongue trajectory was more down compared to regular L2. And this difference was statistically significant only at the middle of this mean curves. So on the right, up top right, you can see that this red curve goes above these critical values, which are marked using blue lines. And for the front-back position of the tongue, we can see that when the same male speaker was using this fake accent, the tongue trajectory was more front compared to normal regular L1 speech. But this difference was statistically significant during the whole mean curves. As we can see, the red line on the right, it is above the critical values. So we found out that male speakers had statistically significant differences and female didn't in our small data set. So we were interested that does this mean that these male speakers were able to produce stronger voice disguise than these two specific female speakers? And we used an X-vector-based ASV system to test this hypothesis. And it was a speaker discriminative, based on this speaker discriminative training using DNN architecture. And it corresponded to this implementation in Kaldi with pre-trained modeled using Voxelab 1 and 2 data. You probably have heard about it. And we used a conventional feature extraction configuration. And finally, we had this probabilistic linear discriminant analysis used for scoring for the extracted X vectors. Here are the results in the terms of EER. So we can look, and these results are gender dependent. So we can, for example, we can see that when the baseline, so for male speakers, the baseline was that they were using only this regular L1 speech. So we can see that in that case, the EER was approximately 3%, which is quite okay. But when they changed their speaking styles to this, they used this fake accent, we can see that the EER, it increased to over 11%. So we can see that there is a clear effect when they change their way to speak. But for female speakers, we can see that the EER is the same for L1 and this imitated L2. So this confirms the results that these specific female speakers were not able to change their speaking styles enough to fool these systems or cause statistically significant differences in tongue movements. And finally, here we have the ASV target scores for each speaker. So the lower the ASB score, the less confident the system is that the speakers are the same. So here we have the Finnish male speaker, and we can see that the distribution for the ASB scores in imitated L2, we have the value is much more smaller compared to when the speaker was using his normal way to speak. And for Russian male speaker, the results were similar but not as clear. So to conclude, we have shown that tracking tongue movements can reveal how we alter our articulation when we are speaking differently or using voice disguise trajectories. And IMA enables accurate and profound data collection, and this is why even a small number of speakers can provide a valuable information. And in this study, we found statistically significant differences in male speech, but not in female speech. But obviously, we are not claiming that in general, male speakers can disguise their voice better than female speakers. It was just in our data set. And these differences were mainly related to tongue fronting, which actually decreased the accuracy of the ASV system. And hopefully, because the COVID restrictions have eased, we aim to continue ASV-related MR recordings next year. These are the references. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much for your speech. Let's ask the questions. So I would like to ask participants if you have any question. I think we are on time. Yes, please.
Hi, thank you so much. This is interesting. Were you thinking of combining the acoustic results with perceptual measurements or listening tests?
Yeah, it would be very interesting, but unfortunately, the space in our paper didn't give us opportunity to expand our results, for example, using perception tests or acoustic results. So only we had this self-evaluated performance for the participants. So they had this 1 to 5 scale to evaluate how they did perform when doing this foreign fake accent. And you can see those results from the paper.
Okay, thank you. Next question, Mr. Volin.
I understand that you were averaging the articulatory movements across words, right?
Yes, quite rough.
Yeah, it's just a recommendation. Have you thought of the concept of articulatory setting? Because you never use this term. Articulatory setting basically means that people do not change individual vowels and consonants separately, but similarly to your method, we just set the whole articulatory base differently. And that would be consistent with your results, because in foreigners, when they hear Russian, they start palatalizing, which is this fronting. You call it fronting, but traditionally people refer to palatalization of consonants in Russian, but it's the same thing. It's this fronting. And it's related to this concept of articulatory setting. So it's just recommendation to think of this concept and build it into your interpretation of the data. But thank you for the interesting study. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the interesting info. Yes, we considered the palatalization. I avoided palatalization here because the goal was that they should emit this accent. So we weren't sure if they were able to, for example, Finnish speakers, when they think about Russian, they think about palatalization, but we are not quite sure if they can produce this palatalization correctly because it lacks from Finnish. But yes,
okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for questions and answers. Do we have another question? So it seems that we are nicely on time. Thank the presenters to be on time, and thank to Lauri Tavi for his presentation again. And let's move to another talk. So next talk is named Velocity Differences between Volume Raising and Lowering Movements, and will be presented by Peter Birkholz. So it's yours. Please present your paper.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, we can see here.
Okay, great. I would like to present our study on velocity differences between volume raising and lowering movements. And this is a joint work by myself and by Christian Kleiner. What is as a background? When an articulator approaches its target for a certain speech sound, its velocity is affected by a couple of factors, like by its biomechanical properties, by the muscle activation from the brain, and by aerodynamic conditions. However, the individual contributions of these factors are not really easy to disentangle. So it's when you observe such a movement, a trajectory, you can hardly say, okay, was this really controlled by the brain, or was this an effect by the biomechanical system, what you see? And here we are interested in a macroscopic characterization of the velocities of articulators that are intrinsic to the biomechanical structure. So we want to know when we see differences in the movement between two articulators, is that intrinsic to the biomechanics, or are there other reasons for this? And finding out about that is interesting for making better models of speech production or of articulatory speech synthesis, and also for better interpretation of speech kinematic data. For example, when you consider the lips compared to the tongue back, there are well-known differences in the overall velocity. Yeah, the tongue back is usually moves a little slower than the lips because probably of the weight difference. But there's also evidence that the velocities of articulators depend on the direction of the movement. For example, from the literature, we know that tongue backing, for example, is on average slower than tongue fronting. So pulling your tongue back is a little slower than moving the tongue forward. Also, lip retraction is on average faster than lip protrusion, and the maximal speed of pitch lowering is faster than pitch raising. For the velum, there are conflicting results so far. So two studies found that velum lowering takes on average longer than velum raising. That means lowering is slower than raising. And another study for French found that durations of velum lowering and raising are essentially equal. All these studies are based on 1 to 3 subjects, so on just a few subjects. And we wanted to know a little more about these velocity difference. And so the goal of the study was to analyze potential intrinsic velocity differences between velum raising and lowering, using a tailored experimental design just for this purpose, and with a little more subjects, 5 in our case. So let's briefly look at the techniques that are available for measuring velum movement. Most of the existing techniques are either expensive, like MRI, or they may be dangerous, like X-ray, or invasive or unpleasant for the subject, like fiber optic endoscopy, EMA, or the velotrace. So in this study, we therefore adopted ultrasound, where we use an ultrasound probe below one of the ears to measure lateral pharyngeal wall movement, or short LPW movement. And we can do that because the lateral pharyngeal wall moves in synchrony with velum raising or lowering, because the LPW moves medially when the velum raises, and it moves outwards towards the sides, then the velum lowers. So you can think of this like in this figure. I try to illustrate that. So this is supposed to be a lowered velum, and you have this contour here in the pharyngeal region. And when you raise the velum, the sides would move a little bit inwards, like here. So this movement between lowering and raising of the walls is what we measure with ultrasound. And velum and LPW movement are highly correlated, as it was shown in previous work. So for our study, we had 5 subjects, 2 males and 3 female German-speaking subjects, 29 to 43 years, and none of them had speech or hearing disorders. The corpus consisted of 16 sequences, which we see here on the right top, in the right top table, where each of the sequences consisted of alternating productions of a fricative S or F and a nasal N or M. And due to these alternations, we could see a strong velum raising and lowering movements, because for S and F, the velum is very high, and for N and M, it is low. The utterances here, the sequences were produced with a flat intonation and at 2 specific phoneme rates, which are termed slow and fast here. This slow means we had 500 milliseconds per phoneme, and fast means we had 375 milliseconds. And that was regulated by a metronome, as we will see on one of the next slides. And each subject produced the 16 phoneme sequences twice, while the LPW movement and the speech audio signal were recorded. The phonemes were selected on purpose here, of course, not only because they result in wide velum movements, but also because they only have little movement of other articulators that could potentially cause LPW movement. So here, for example, for S and N, the tongue tip is essentially always at the same position. And also we try to use phonemes here that didn't interfere, or that didn't cause the tongue body to touch the velum, so that we had unrestricted velum movements. The experimental setups shown here, we had an ultrasound device and an ultrasound probe, and we measured B-mode images, ultrasound images that were captured by a video capture device here, and we simultaneously recorded the audio signal here from a microphone, but the audio signal was just used for segmenting the utterances. Okay, and then we had a laptop and an attached presentation monitor where the subject saw the sequences to utter. And yeah, and then either the subject held the probe itself, or that was done by the experimenter, depending on the subject. Okay, let's see what the subject saw and what the subject uttered. So I will briefly do it as in the experiment. First for a slow sequence and then for a fast sequence. So this was how the people spoke the sequence, the slow sequence. And here for a fast one. And so on. So we always had the same context for particular sound. So, and we had a flat intonation, and that's why we had this sine wave, this pure tone in the background. Sorry, could you hear that? I don't know whether I shared the audio. Okay. But it's not so important if you didn't hear it. Here's also no audio, but here's video, and that video shows the B-mode scan movies that we got from the movements of during these utterances. So what we saw on the images is what you can see here, and these movements here in the middle of the image are the lateral pharyngeal wall movements due to the velum raising and lowering. And the blue box here, that is the tract region. that was automatically tracked by a tracker algorithm. And the region of interest in this, in one of the images was selected carefully, and then the tracking was done automatically for all images before and after that in the sequence. Yeah, the region of interest could also grow or shrink over time. So we use the midpoint coordinates to obtain the trajectories. And here in the bottom image, we see the X position and the Y position of the tracked region for one of the utterances, and we can clearly see the up and down moving of the velum or the LPW movement. So, however, for 23% of the recorded utterances, we could not track 3 full periods, and so we discarded these utterances when it was too difficult to find stable movements in the images. Okay, so in some of the utterances, it was not just the Y coordinate that expressed the main movement, like here, but it was more an oblique movement in the B-mode images. And so we determined the first principal component of the trajectory and projected the trajectory onto this first principal component. And so we got one movement line or main movement line, which we further analyzed. And this is a gray curve here in the top image. And then we selected 3 consecutive periods in each 1D position signal and fitted that with 4 straight line pieces per period. And that was one a line piece for the raising edge, 1 line piece for the falling edge, and 2 line pieces for each, or 2 line pieces for the stationary phases with a raised and lowered velum. And this kind of fitting reduces the noise in the data, and also it retains the steepness of the edges. So here in the top image, you see as a black line an initial setting for the line pieces. And then we run an automatic algorithm to minimize the mean squared error between the gray curve and the line pieces. And the result can be seen in the bottom image here. And the slopes of the rising and of the falling edges, they correspond to the velocities of the velum raising and lowering. And that's what we compared against each other. And when we take all the rising edges and all the falling edges for individual people, we can display the distributions as these box plots here. So we have 5 pairs of box plots from left to right for our 5 subjects. And then we have a pair of box plots at the very right, where we have all the data pooled across the 5 subjects. And we have the data for the slow speaking rate at the top and for the fast speaking rate at the bottom. And here we see the gray boxes, which are the velum raising. Here the velocities are higher than velum lowering velocities for the 2 male subjects, which are here, M1 and M2. And also when we pool across all subjects, we have also a statistically significant difference between velum raising and lowering movements. However, for our 3 female subjects taken individually, these differences were not significant. So, except for 2 cases, the mean raising velocity was higher than the lowering velocity, also for the female subjects. So, just apart from these 2 cases. And based on the t-tests, the differences were significantly different for the 2 male subjects, as I said. And when pooled across all subjects, and for the 2 male subjects, the velum raising was 24 to 49% faster than lowering, so that's quite a lot. And when we pool the data across all subjects, the difference was 14% faster for velum raising. So, and in this table, we see the data, and this also shows that also for most of the female subjects, the average raising velocity was also faster, but not significantly so. Okay, So let's come to the discussion and conclusions. So for the two male subjects, volume raising was found to be significantly faster than volume lowering for both speaking rates. So this was independent of the speaking rate, and this also is an indication of biomechanical reason behind that. But this was not the case for the three female subjects. So there may be a gender or a speaker dependency of the direction-dependent volume velocity, but we cannot say for sure. We, of course, need more subjects to conclusively claim that. So the experimental design excluded confounding factors like prosodic and contextual variations. And the physical contact between the velum and the tongue was minimized. So this leaves essentially biomechanical or aerodynamic reasons for the observed differences. So there is a possible biomechanical explanation for that, which was put forward by Balberti already in 1980. So this author said that velum raising clearly involves muscle activity, especially the levator palatini, but the basic mechanism for velum lowering might simply involve the suppression of activity of the levator palatini and then rely on the restoring elastic force of the tissue. So that means for velum lowering, there might no muscle be involved in some cases or at some times, and that may just lead to the lower velocity during the tissue elastic force restoration. Okay, and there may also be an aerodynamic explanation for that. That was given by Stevens in 1998. And he said that we might, so the reason for the faster velum raising may also be that we have an increase of intraoral pressure in nasal obstruent transitions, and that is what we had also in our study. And this intraoral pressure that is building up in the oral cavity, that this accelerates the raising movements compared to the lowering movements. Okay, and this is all from me. Here are the references, and thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. And now we have time for questions. So please, I would like to ask you for questions. So since there is no question even in chat, so maybe a short question: what is your plan? How to follow on this research in near future?
Yeah, it would be very good to have more subjects to participate in this experiment. But I mean, the method is I think quite suitable. But for some subjects, you simply do not find these movements in the B-mode scans. So you have to look very carefully that you really detect these movements in the ultrasound images. That is not very easy. But I think we can still make a study with a larger population. And when we did that, we could conclusively state whether there are differences between males and females. And our main goal is to incorporate this knowledge of a potential velocity difference in articulatory speech synthesis. So that means when we say the virtual speaker or the vocal tract model intends to raise or lower the velum at a specific speaking rate, then, for example, the raising movements could be made always a little bit faster than the lowering movements, which is simply an unintentional effect just due to the biomechanical factor. So this is essentially what we want to incorporate as a side effect of the biomechanical system into the synthesizer. And this is just for the velum here, but we have also done other studies also with EMA and with regard to glottal movements to see whether there are intrinsic velocity differences for other articulators, like the tongue back, like for the opening and closing of the glottis, for abduction and adduction movements, for the raising and lowering of the larynx during speech production. So when you change from a high to a low pitch, for example, and things like that. So we just want a kind of a macroscopic characterization of these movements and differences here.
Okay, thank you very much. So do we have another question? If it is not the case, so thank you to your presentation again.
Thank you, too.
And let's move to next talk that is named, is it a filler or pause, a quantitative analysis of filled pauses in Hebrew, that will be presented by Vered Silber-Varot. So please present your talk. Please switch on microphone because we could not hear you.
Of course. Okay, now you can hear me and see my presentation?
Yes, now it is okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Vered Silber-Varot. I'm from the Open University of Israel, and I've done this research with Professor Maria Gozzi from the Linguistic Institute in ELTE University, Budapest, Hungary, and Dr. Renat Lerner from the Open University of Israel. The literature suggests several categorizations options for field pauses. The filler as pause hypothesis is a most straightforward approach. Within this hypothesis, field pauses are signaled, though not true words, considered as disfluency by some, or else can be identified by monolinguistic signal used for holding the floor. On the other hand, Clark and Foxtree argue that the field pauses in English, einams, are conventional English words, interjections. Therefore, they use the term fillers for this phenomenon. They further argue that fillers are indicators of planning difficulties or cognitive load, and that speakers produce them similarly to any kind of word. Their approach is the filler as word hypothesis, and this approach was adopted for Hebrew by Maschler, who assigned field pauses under the category of cognitive discourse markers, hence linking them to wider linguistic categories that characterize spoken language. In this study, we wish to get closer to the answer whether field pauses are fillers or pauses. In the era of data science, we add a quantitative methodology to understand the nature and usage of field pauses in Hebrew. First, we hypothesize that field pauses used by Hebrew speakers are closer to the filler as word hypothesis than to the filler as pause hypothesis, following, as mentioned, Clark and Foxtree and Maschler. Our second hypothesis is that quantitative patterns will show the word hypothesis as true. And the third hypothesis is that speakers will use field pauses differently depending on their role in the task-oriented dialogues, either a role as leader and role as followers. And this is supported from previous studies that showed speech behavioral differences related to the role one plays. So how do field pauses in Hebrew sound like? These are produced either in a vocalized form or a nasalized form, A or M. The acoustics of field pauses are studied in many languages and in Hebrew as well. I will only mention durational aspects here. In a study I published in 2013, I found that the minimum duration of field pauses in spontaneous Hebrew is 70 milliseconds and maximum duration is 1.184 seconds, with an average duration of 419 milliseconds. In the current study, all field pauses were annotated and checked by 2 phoneticians. The inter-rater agreement was 100% due to the ease of detection of field pauses in Hebrew. Similarly, 2 methods carried out for Germanic languages and American English. Our analysis is based on 32 spoken dialogues from Madakop, the Maptas corpus in Hebrew. Maptas dialogues type is a discourse considered task-oriented, unplanned, spontaneous speech. The setup was the same for all recordings and was based on the original HCRC standard from 1991. In Madacop, each speaker participated twice with the same interlocutor, each time with a different map and a different role, once as the information receiver, that is the follower, and once as the information giver, that is the leader. In total, our dataset consists of 2,287 field poses, of which 89.5% are vowelized and only 10.5% are the nasalized M's. So we have also about 2,000 silent poses were segmented manually and almost 48,000 words that were transcribed. And the total duration of the 32 dialogues altogether is about 6 hours. We computed 7 attributes of 3 types. Attributes 1 and 2 are fluency based. These are word and speech rate, word rate and speech rate. Attribute 3 is the field poses rate, and the poses are combined, and attributes 4 and 7 are silence based. As you see, we group silent poses into 3 categories based on their durations: brief, medium, and long poses. For each task, the number of attributes of a given speaker was divided by the total speaking duration of that speaker in one task. These attributes were computed twice for each speaker, as I said, in the first and for the second task. We used Pearson correlation coefficient function to measure the strength and direction of the relationship between each 2 variables. So the results, we found that speakers different in the amount of time they spent producing field poses. In terms of field poses rate, the figure presents the usage ratio per speaker in the first and in the second task. The slowest rate is 0.02 on the left-hand side, and in the white bars, which are the first task, and the highest rate is 0.38 on the right-hand side on the white bar in the first task. The average rates in the first and the second task are 7 and 6.3 field poses per minute, respectively. The speakers also varied in the distribution of field poses type they used. As mentioned earlier, the nasal form is scarcely used in Hebrew compared to the vowel E. This is shown in the 2 figures in the black versus the white spaces. In terms of the field poses per 100 words, which is another measure, very standard measure, the average E per 100 word is 3.78, and the average M per 100 words is 0.41. And the range is from 1.7 to 12.5 field poses per 100 words. Notice also that in our corpus, 4 speakers used only E. Speakers ID 10, 19, 21, and 31 represented in the red bars. No one used only M, represented in the white parts of the bars, like before. And notice that 1 male participant, speaker ID 9, did not use field poses at all in the second task, To break down the fluency-based attributes, we compared the frequency of the most common words in the corpus to the field pose of frequency and found that the 3 most common words in the corpus are discourse markers, known also as fillers, can, which is yes, okay, okay, and as, so in English. Field poses are thus 1.6 times more frequent than yes in this dialogue. As to the silence-based attributes, the most frequent are medium and long, as you see in the slide, while only 1,108 instances are brief. Note that the relatively small proportions of brief is due also to the fact that it ranged only from between the 100 milliseconds threshold, minimum threshold, to 200 milliseconds. And this threshold, 100 milliseconds threshold, was set as the minimum in previous studies I have carried. Following the descriptive statistic, we calculated correlations between the 7 attributes to learn if field poses are more correlated with fluency-based attributes or with the silence-based one. Only 3 correlations were found positively significant in both tasks. First, the word rate with articulation rate in both tasks. As you see in the slide, the correlation is medium strong, and it indicates an intuitive finding that the higher the speaker rate, the more words are articulated. We also found significant correlations between silent pause rate and long silence type. This is in agreement with the finding that most silent pauses were longer than 1 second, as mentioned before. Third, in both tasks, the field pause attribute was found significantly and positively correlated with the brief silent pauses. The correlation is medium strong. We then divided the data per role, leaders and followers, and calculated the correlations for each group separately. The findings show similar correlation patterns to the tasks, which implies that significant correlations that were mentioned before are not affected by the role of the speaker. Finally, we wanted to see if there are correlations between speakers in the same task. Correlations of this kind can show whether the participants influence each other. Findings show that the field pause attribute is significantly correlated among the pairs in all the 32 dialogues. Articulation rate is significantly correlated only in the first task, and brief silences are correlated in the second task. These correlations may indicate traces of coordination between speakers in their field pause use. The study highlights the issue of field pauses conception as either filler as word hypothesis or filler as pause hypothesis. We try to shed light on this debate using a quantitative approach. First, we found that speakers differ in the rate they use the field pause type and M. This fact is an indication that speakers have characteristics preferences in fillers just as they do for other words in their vocabulary. However, the weaker point of this statement is that in many languages, like Hungarian, the vocalic versions of field pauses are significantly more frequent as opposed to the nasalized versions. This difference may be explained by common articulatory reasons and not necessarily by lexical access to the vocabulary. In addition, our analysis showed that field pauses occur almost twice as many as most common words in the corpus, okay, yes, and so, which are considered in the literature as fillers or discourse markers. Still, field pauses are far less frequent than the overall frequency of silent pauses. On the other hand, brief silent pauses are less frequent than field pauses, while medium and long silent pauses are relatively more frequent than field pauses. Moreover, field pause rate was found to be correlated with brief silent rate in all 4 tests, the 2 tasks and the 2 roles. The correlation of the field pauses with brief pauses suggests that the brief silent pause has a linkage to the field pause phenomenon and that the division of silent pauses into 3 types was justifiable. When looking at the durational findings of previous studies of field pauses in Hebrew, we can see even a tighter linkage, since the range of field pause duration found in those studies, 70 to 500 milliseconds, lies between the independent range of brief and medium silent pauses. Therefore, it is not far-fetched to suggest that those brief breaks, either filled or unfilled, are used for the same cognitive purposes during the production of speech. We can conclude that our first hypothesis was not confirmed. Our second hypothesis, word hypothesis, which show quantitative conclusions, was not confirmed as well, since, as I said, our results are not like that. The filler as pause hypothesis is even more robust if we lean on durational measurements, like I mentioned, that were carried out in previous research and on different corpus. Our third hypothesis was that speakers would use field pauses differently depending on their role, either leader or follower. This hypothesis was confirmed and is an additional strengthening to the studies that in other languages that show that effect of extra-linguistic or social linguistic on the rate of field pauses. The findings support the filler as pause hypothesis. We suggest that in Hebrew, field pauses are part of the break, the disfluent unit, within the fluent speech, although field pauses show some obvious similarities to interjections in general. Replications of this analysis in other languages would contribute to get closer to the problem solving of this typological question. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your talk. So now we have some time for questions. So please, do you have a question? Okay, Mr. Volin, please.
I wonder, in your classification, what you would do with prolonged words. I notice you yourself sometimes stop on the result or on that. So when we stretch these definite articles or prepositions, do they count as filled pauses, or we just ignore them because they are words?
Wonderful question. Thank you so much. First, this is exactly my dissertation thesis in 2012. I included those lengthening these prolongations. However, we did not include prolongations, syllable or prolongations in this study, and we call filled pauses only those ends, those, as I said, kind of fillers in the language, as many other scholars do. They do not count prolongations with filled pauses. However, I can tell you personally that I strongly support your question, and I strongly think that prolongations and filled pauses should be combined into one category of hesitation disfluency, maybe that's how I called it in previous studies I made. So thank you very much for mentioning this.
Thank you. I noticed actually, but maybe it's just an accident, that when I stay in the northern Spain, people do this very often, much more often than, maybe it might be culturally somehow or locally biased, this hesitation on a word rather than on a separate sound. But yeah, that would have to be studied formally.
But, yeah, generally we do not, social linguistic in Israel do not, they do not, and I know it does not probably very common to separate Israel into dialects. It's too small a country, and there is mass media of everybody see the same, quite the same. So generally we refer to the Israeli accent as one coherent accent.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for questions and answers. Do we have some other question? Maybe you can also write to chat. I don't see any question. So, okay, thank you very much again for your talk. It was very interesting. And now we can switch to next speaker. Next talk is named Human and Transformer-Based Prosodic Phrasing into Speech Genres. And the speech will be given by Mr. Jan Volin, who just asked the question, so still visible. So please present your talk now.
Thank you. Right. So we are from the Czech Republic. I'm from Prague, and my colleagues Markéta Řezáčková and Jindřich Matoušek are from the University of Western Bohemia. And our presentation is quite conventional. I'll explain first the motivation for our experiment, and I'll stipulate our research questions. Then I'll introduce the speech material we used, or rather text material. I'll explain experimental procedure, and then the results. Our experiment actually comprises 3 sub-experiments. And most of all, I'll show the linguistically informed approach to the task. Of course, in the discussion, I'll answer the research questions and I'll show that there is still a lot of work to do, as usual. First, the importance of the topic. Now, we probably all agree that humans speak in utterances. Utterances are the central meaningful units. They are somehow logically complete, standalone thoughts, ideas, propositions, assertions, or questions. But if they are complex, we have to divide them in smaller units. And this is supposed to be because of the ease of perceptions. It's easier to understand if the longer trains of words are sort of cut into smaller trains of words. It somehow lowers the costs of cerebral processing. And the terminology is not settled here. We can read about tone units or tone groups, sense groups, breath groups, the Lieberman style breath groups, not really linked to breath as such, but to some prototypical utterances. Currently, most often terms are prosodic phrase or intonation phrase. And this phrasing or chunking, as some people say, is essential in natural discourse. It's not only the meaning itself, but we can see that people still understand without proper phrasing, only gradually it may lead to irritation, unwillingness to comply, or some research shows decreased level of veracity of statements. If the phrases are not correct, we tend to not to take the speech so seriously. Our current objective was to compare human and machine phrasing in two speech genres. And these are the research questions. The first one is, to what extent is the transformer-based phrasing comparable to human performance? The second question, are the differences between, if there are differences, are the differences between human and machine phrase boundary placement linguistically interpretable? Or is it just a chaos? Is it just sort of random difference that cannot be labeled? Number three, is the training in one speech genre, in our case, isolated sentences, the so-called laboratory speech, transferable to another genre, continuous news reading? Notice I'm using the term genre because as far as speaking style is concerned, it's probably the same. It's both clear speech. It's both carefully pronounced. And the fourth question is, does small-scale adaptation of the transformer in the new speaking genre make any difference? Or do we have to retrain the whole neural net for the new genre? We use text-to-text transfer transformer T5 model and sequence-to-sequence learning with the attention mechanism. And our model was trained on the Czech Common Crawl corpus, which is a large corpus of tens of thousands of sentences. And the training was carried out with the TensorFlow implementation of Hugging Face transformers together with the T5 library, widely used nowadays. Our two speech genres, again, was laboratory speech and news reading speech. Lab speech is sometimes criticized as not ecologically valid, yet a lot of research or monographs refer to it. Laboratory speech, in our case, means isolated sentences without any context, but we selected them from existing real texts, written texts about culture, sports, and so on. And those were selected by a greedy algorithm so that all the phonetic phenomena and consonants, vowels, and everything is present in the selection. And then these sentences were read out by 6 professionals, paid professionals, who read the sentences one by one. There was no connection between the sentences and the so-called lab speech. Our second genre is the news reading. And these were full news bulletins from a national radio broadcaster, channels 1 and 2 of the Czech radio. So some sort of speaking model in a sense still. And one news bulletin comprises about 40 sentences and about 7 news items. The prosodic phrases in the selected test material were established by expert auditory analysis guided by Toby conventions, and our paper in the proceedings specifies the references for that, again, widely used methodology. In experiment 1, we had the so-called general model, which was trained on laboratory speech on those tens of about 60,000 sentences. And we trained it as speaker independent. And in experiment 1, we just wanted the model to predict phrasing in the same genre, again, in lab speech, but naturally on unknown sentences. And we chose about 40 sentences from each of the 6 speakers so that it is comparable to that news reading amount of data. In the second experiment, we used the same general model trained on lab speech, and we asked it to predict phrasing in the different genre, in the news reading. So again, about 40 sentences from each of the 12 news readers this time. And in the third experiment, we adapted the general model, but with a small amount of new data. So it was a small scale adaptation. It was a leave one out approach. We had those 12 news bulletins, and we always used 11 speakers for adaptation, and 1 remaining speaker was left for testing, was hidden during the training. So we asked the model then to predict phrasing for the remaining speaker in the new genre, in the news reading. And we used evaluation measures that are commonly used nowadays: recall, precision, accuracy, and especially F1 score, because the true or false positives and false negatives are not balanced in terms of prosodic phrasing, because there are many like breaks between words that require no phrasing. And these are the results. So as you can see, if the model is trained on the laboratory speech, on those individual sentences, contextless sentences, then the accuracy of prediction is quite high, especially F1 score is over 90%. And there, notice that there are very low numbers of false positives and false negatives. But it's also good to notice that there are differences between speakers. So sometimes we talk about speech styles and speech genres, and we should not forget that individual speakers can take the style or genre on their own, because, for example, our laboratory speaker 1 had the F1 score 97%, almost 98%, while the 6th speaker only 85%. So the individual differences should not be forgotten, even if we address the styles and genres here. This is the second experiment. We took the general model trained on laboratory speech and asked it to predict phrasing in news reading. And as you can see, the scores are different, and the numbers of successful or unsuccessful prosodic boundary placements are different. So there is a considerable drop in evaluation measures. The F1 score dropped by 22%. And that basically means that although both laboratory speech and news reading is the so-called clear speech, it's pronounced in a sense carefully, and speakers want to be sort of comprehensible, the differences in the genre still exist. So that's it. But after small-scale adaptation with just amount of data that was 2 orders lower, if you think of the original training of the general model in tens of thousands of sentences and adaptation with just hundreds of sentences, you can see that there is a difference. So the small scale adaptation helps, even though in our case, the F1 increased only by 7%. But still, it means, especially in false negatives, if you look at that, there is a considerable drop in those cases where the neural network ignores the option to break sentence into phrases. Now, these were the traditional quantitative results, but we also looked at our results from the linguistic point of view, where the sentence or its real form utterance are the central units. So what happens if we look at the results from the communicative point of view? Here it's just to show that our sentences in human rendition comprised from 1 to 9 phrases, and the match was relatively high when it came to simple sentences, but when they were more and more complex, the ratio between matching and mismatching cases was lower, but that's to be expected. What's much more interesting is to look at those mismatches. And if you look at these 2 columns, then the one on the left is the general model. So this is what happens if you train the phrasing model on a different genre. And this is on the right, it's small scale adaptation. It's not the same. The white portion of the column means that a transformer does it the same way human speakers do. Now the checkered part are the missing prosodic boundaries compared with the human performance. So as you can see, that's the largest, the biggest problem. But the gray area shows that there are also some extra prosodic boundaries. The transformer sometimes puts in extra boundaries. And there is this category, other placement, which communicatively is important, because normally quantitatively you would say other placement means missing at one spot and extra and at another spot. But from the point of view of communication, the sentence is still phrased, only differently. So that's this black category. And now the linguistic interpretation, that's in our opinion, the most important outcome of the study, to look at what exactly is happening when the transformer phrases differently from humans. And we found that there were 23 categories of those mismatches that could be named, labeled linguistically. And 8 of them occurred more than 10 times in the set of mismatched cases. So those are displayed in this table. The most common mismatches between humans and transformer-based phrasing. As you can see, number 1 is the subject-predicate division. In Czech orthography, we do not write any punctuation between subject and predicate because those are the essential parts of the assertion of the proposition. But we very often separate them into individual phrases, and that's, as you can see, 109 cases where the transformer did not place any prosodic boundary, but humans did. Although informally, 115 of these cases, of the 146 total cases of mismatch, could be considered acceptable. So the prosodic boundary placement is not like correct or incorrect. There are options. Similarly, postpositioned attribute. In Czech, attribute of a noun comes before the noun, but it can be postposition. And if it is, it's very often signaled by a prosodic boundary. That is something that our transformer did not learn perfectly. Again, because it was trained on written texts and there is no punctuation. But of course, the transformer did not learn just punctuation. It learned a lot of more, as you can see by these false positives. Sentence initial adverbiale. Sentences normally start with the subject, but we can start them with place or time or manner of something happening. In that case, again, these adverbial structures form individual phrases and they become separated from the rest of the sentence. So the transformer model relies on punctuation to great extent. And that's why we probably have prevalent false negatives, because Czech punctuation is grammatical, it's not prosodic. But we have to remember that correct placement of prosodic boundary is not a simple category. There is always more than one solution, and it is possible that the mismatch between humans and the machine can be because of humans produce suboptimal solution. Humans are not always correct in prosody. So to conclude, the model adaptation on small amount of data is effective. Human and transformer-based phrasing is to some extent similar, and the differences between humans and transformer can be classified. They can be named, investigated, and tested in the future research. But we should also carry out perception of phrasing in parallel so that we know how correct are humans when they do their phrasing. And the application can then be used in speaker training, speaker coaching. And thank you for your attention and cordial greetings from Prague and Pilsen.
Okay, thank you for your talk. So now we have some time for questions. So please, Barrett.
I just clapped my hands. Brilliant talk. Thank you. Maybe I'll have, but there is one in the chat.
Thank you. A chat? Yeah, how do I get out of this?
I can read the question if you like.
Okay.
There is a question from Roman Korostík. In your experience, how well TOBI is suited for annotating Czech language? Would the annotated corpora be published?
That's two questions, right? Yes. Well, TOBI consists of two major parts: tones or speech pitch accents, and break indices is BI. So BI is easily adaptable to the Czech situation. Although this category 4, this prosodic phrase, should actually be split into 4, 5, and 6, as even some American researchers do. So yes, break indices can be used for Czech. The pitch accents would be more difficult to adapt for Czech, but it can be done. It's possible with some license. And would the annotated corpora be published? I believe it would, yes. We haven't thought of that yet, but because that is the trend currently, then yes, yeah. But I have to say that, again, our corpus only has the break indices, not the complete TOBI. It does not have the pitch accent part of it, this TO.
Okay, so now the question by Verec Silbervaro.
Okay, I didn't thought I will ask, but I want to combine my talk and yours, Jean-Pauline, because the interpretations, the linguistic interpretations that you showed us in the table are very similar also to places where we have in Hebrew the field pauses. And it's very nice to see because field pauses are kind of boundary or breaks that we do. So it's nice to see correlations between the breaks that the machine or the humans did in Czech and places where we have field pauses in speech. Just saying.
Thank you for the comment. Yes. Conversation would be the next thing we want to look at. We've got some recordings of television debates, so political debates. They will have filled pauses, I believe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for your talk. Again, if we do not have any more questions, thanks for questions and answers. And let's move to another, actually last talk of this session, which is named an ASR-based tutor for learning to read, how to optimize feedback to first graders, which will be presented by Yubai. So please prepare your presentation.
Hi, yeah, okay. I'm gonna share my screen. I think I might need help to share the screen.
There is a green button in bottom, should be. That is
yeah, now I see it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Hi everyone. Thanks for being here. My name is Yu. I'm a PhD student from Rabel University, and today I'll be briefly explaining the research me and my colleagues have conducted. So the research is related to optimizing feedback to first graders from an ASR-based tutor for learning to read. And first, I'm going to talk about the motivation behind the DART project, and then the DART project itself. Then I'm going to explain the aim of the study and the method we used in the research. And next, I'll present the results. And finally, I'll briefly summarize the conclusions drawn from this study. So learning to read is one of the most fundamental skills children acquire at school. And developing reading skills requires intensive practice in reading aloud with individual guidance and feedback from teachers. However, this is difficult to realize in the classroom. And from previous research, we saw that educational software with automatic speech recognition can help improve pupils' reading skills. So in DART project, we aim to investigate how such reading tutor software with ASR can be best developed and implemented. The reading method the tutor is based on was developed by a Zweisen publisher. It distinguishes two types of exercise, accuracy exercises and fluency exercises. And there are also 4 reading tasks in the software. So reading isolated words and reading sentences are in accuracy exercises, and reading word lists and stories are in fluency exercises. So the software consists of a front end with the user interface and the back end with the ASR engine provided by Novo Learning. And in this study, we named it ASR1. And for more information about the system and the reading materials, you can find them in our previous paper. And here is a demo of a pupil using the software.
Tom zegt de plant neer. Tom zet de plant neer.
Tom zet de plant neer.
Tom zet de plant neer.
Yeah, I hope you heard that. So in this study, we developed 2 new ASR systems, ASR2 and ASR3, based on child speech. And together with the ASR1, we aim to investigate the accuracy of binary classification based on the outputs of different ASR systems and how to improve them. So we investigate to what extent ASR trained on child speech helps improve the agreement with human judgment, and how the improvement differs in different reading tasks and word types, and to what extent ASR performance varies in terms of miscue detection and false rejection. In this research, we have collected over 1,000 audio recordings from the first experiment where school children practice the reading tutor from home. Then the speech data were transcribed by an annotator using Pratt. And these data were used to test the accuracy of 3 ASR systems we compared. So moving on, I'll introduce ASR system pipeline. We adopted a classic hybrid training and decoding framework by using a simple deep neural network after training a context-dependent triphone system with the GMM-HMM model. The acoustic features we extracted are MFCCs with CMVN, and approaches including LDA, MLT, and SAT were adopted. And we also built four gram language models for training and testing. And next, I'll briefly introduce three ASR systems we compare in this study. And so all three ASR systems were built with Kaldi. And the main difference is that ASR1 was trained on Dutch adult speech, while ASR2 and 3 employed the same acoustic models trained on child speech from Jasmine corpus. The speakers are Dutch native children between 7 and 11 years old. A 4-gram language model generated from prompts was used in model ASR2. We obtained word error rate of 38.78%. And another 4-gram language model created from orthographic transcriptions was used in ASR3, and the word error rate is 35.71%. And to evaluate the accuracy of the judgment of ASR systems, we first need to obtain the human judgment. So we compare the annotator's transcription to the prompts using dynamic programming alignment algorithm. And this yielded the reference binary classification. So here 0 is for incorrect and 1 is for correct. And then we use the same procedure to align the outputs of ASR2 and ASR3 with the prompts. And this yielded the binary classification scores for ASR2 and 3. And finally, the ASR scores are compared to the reference binary scores based on annotator's transcription. So for ASR1, the evaluation procedure is a bit different because the output of ASR1 contains the words in the prompt with probability scores at word level. So here we just compare the probability scores to a threshold to get classification scores. And in our previous paper, we focused on how to optimize the threshold. So moving on, here are the results. So two agreement measures were used to evaluate the classification performance, which are Cohen's-Kappa and MCC. So here, table 1 shows that the highest Cohen's-Kappa value of ASR1 is 0.42. The models trained on child speech show better agreement. For both Cohen's-Kappa and MCC values, ASR3 shows the highest agreement among 3 models. And here, table 2 shows that there are more correct rejection and false rejection given by the judgment of ASR2 and ASR3, while fewer correct acceptance and false acceptance compared to ASR1. And we also see relatively balanced FA and FR in the judgment of ASR1. And ASR3 shows that a significant improvement in recall of CR, but a decrease in recall of CA. So in general, all 3 models show better results for CA, while the precision of CR and the F measure of CR are relatively low. And we can see a significant difference in recall of CR between the 3 systems. And we also calculated Cohen's kappa and MCC for 4 different reading tasks. So table 3 suggests that all 3 models perform worse for isolated words. Cohen's kappa and MCC values of sentences, word lists, and stories are similar. The main cause of this relatively low agreement in isolated words is caused by less effective language models for isolated words. So we can see in table 4, after we removed isolated words from the data, and both Cohen's kappa and MCC are improved. And we also separated function words from content words. And we calculated agreement for function words and content words respectively. So from this table, we can see that ASR1 shows similar performance on function words and content words, with a slightly higher agreement for function words. Oh, sorry. Well, ASR3 and ASR2 and ASR3 present higher agreement for function words than content words. So here are the conclusions. In this research, we investigated the performance of 3 ASR systems. ASR1 implemented in this reading tutor software, and the 2 newly developed ASR trained on child speech data. And we first obtained binary scores from the outputs of ASR systems and human transcriptions as reference. And then we applied different measures to evaluate the ASR performance. And the results show that with respect to Cohen's kappa and MCC values, ASR2 and 3 present better performance than ASR1. And ASR3 outperformed the other 2 systems. The F measures of correct acceptance are similar for 3 systems. By using new ASR systems, the F measure of CR was improved, and the recall of CR significantly improved for ASR2 and ASR3. And we also saw different performance on 4 reading tasks implemented in the reading tutor. The 2 newly developed ASR systems achieved better results on sentences, word lists, and stories than on isolated words. So adopting a customized language model of isolated words would be a solution to enhance the performance of ASR on isolated words. And the results demonstrated that ASR2 and 3 have better performance on function words than content words, while for ASR, better results were observed for content words. And future directions for improving the acoustic model and general performance of ASR includes training with more child speech data. And we are also considering applying transfer learning to other sources of speech data. And we are also investigating, we are also going to investigate the binary classification as a complement to ASR output, such as using a forced alignment. And we would like to thank NRO and the children and their parents who participated in this experiment, and our colleagues who have worked on our project. Yeah, so thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. And we have some time for questions, so please. you have some question. If there is no question, maybe I can ask a little bit, explain what is your plan for the near future to continue your research.
Yep. So basically, we are going to use more speech data, more child speech data to improve the ASR model, the acoustic model. And we're also going to use some other method to get binary classification, like force alignment. So we're thinking this might be like a complement method for this research. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So are there any other questions? I can see in chat there is no question. Some voice, nothing. So thank you again for your talk, for your presentation. Thank to all speakers. We started 3 minutes past 10, and it is 3 minutes past 12, yes, in St. Petersburg time. So I must thank to all the speakers, because this is really exceptional timing. So I would say I didn't see this on conferences. So thank you for everything. I can conclude and close this session. And now I suppose it's almost 20 minutes break, and then it will be continued in next session. So I don't know, Alexei, would you add something?
No, you said everything that I wanted to say. So thank you, Milos.
Yes.
And thank you, colleagues. See you soon.
So, okay, see you soon and see you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Оля, вы решили потренироваться?
Раз, два, три, как нас слышно?
Хорошо, хорошо, вас слышно. А меня слышно?
Да, слышно, отлично.
Ага, хорошо. Да, все нормально.
Dear colleagues, I hope you can hear me and you can see me. We would like to try a hybrid format of the conference, and a group of people from St. Petersburg and Moscow have assembled in our institute. So some talks will be made online and some talks will be offline from our center. Let's begin the session. It will be mainly on Russian spoken language processing. And Professor Elena Alexova will chair this session from home. Yes,
okay. Thank you, Alexei. Okay, dear colleague, I'm glad to open our section, spoken language analysis. We will have 9 short presentations for 8 minutes and 2 minutes for questions. And first presentation, child emotional speech classification by human across 2 languages, Russian and Tamil. Elena Alexova, Olga Frolova, Narcissus Ruban, and Amara Mikala, Russia and India. Olga Frolova, please, presenter.
Dear colleagues, I would like to present the study Emotional Speech Classification by human across 2 languages, Russian and Tamil. The study was carried out in Child Speech Research Group of St. Petersburg State University and in Vellore Institute of Technology, India. Next slide, please. Thank you. The goal of the study is to compare the cross-cultural recognition of 4 emotions: joy, neutral, calm state, sadness, anger in the spontaneous and acting speech of children aged 8 to 12 years across Russian and Tamil languages. The tasks of the study were to examine the ability of Russian and Indian experts to recognize the state of Russian and Indian children by their speech, and to reveal acoustic features of emotional speech correctly recognized by listeners. The participants of this study were 95 Russian and 40 Indian Tamil-speaking children, aged 8 to 12 years. The spontaneous speech of children was recorded in dialogue situation, dialogue with the adult experimenter with the standard set of questions about school, games, friends, and so on. Then experimenter asked child to say meaningless text. The meaningless text for Russian children was the first quatrain of Jabberwocky by Lewis Carroll, and the second meaningless text was the famous phrase of Щерба, глока куздра, штека будламула бокра и курдяча бакрёнка. And for Indian children, the meaningless text was the poem about grandpa and the meaningless phrase on the base of Tamil language. Then 2 experts annotated data, emotional speech of children, to 4 states, joy, natural sadness, and anger. And for perceptual study, we selected emotional speech of 12 Russian-speaking and 8 Tamil-speaking children, and we made test sequences separately for spontaneous speech and for acting speech. 13 Indian and 13 Russian expert listeners, adult, participated in perceptual study. All these people were had professional experience in the field of speech sciences. And the task for experts was to reveal 4 emotional categories listening to a child's emotional speech: joy, neutral, sadness, and anger. Spectrographic analysis of child speech was carried out in Cool Edit Pro and Proud. The results of perceptual study. You can see confusion matrices for emotional classification by Russian and Indian experts via spontaneous speech of Russian and Indian children. In spontaneous speech of Russian children, Russian experts recognized neutral state and joy state better than sadness and anger. Indian experts recognized anger better than Russian experts, and the agreement between Indian and Russian experts was maximal for sadness state. It is important to say that Russian children don't manifest emotions brightly when interact with unfamiliar adults, especially negative emotions, sadness and anger. For spontaneous speech of Tamil children, Indian experts recognized all the state with high accuracy and neutral state and sadness better than joy and anger. Russian experts recognized neutral and sadness better than joy and anger, and the maximal accordance between Russian and agreement between Russian and Tamil experts was for neutral state of Tamil children. Experts, native speakers recognized the state of children from the same language environment better and with high accuracy than non-native speakers. And experts recognizing spontaneous speech of children use acoustic features of child speech, and native speakers used linguistic features of child speech. So for acting speech, we selected meaningless phrases. And here you can see confusion matrices for emotion classification by Russian and Indian experts via acting speech of Russian and Indian children. For acting speech of Russian children, Russian experts recognized better sadness and anger. And Indian experts recognized sadness and anger better than joy and neutral state. And the maximal agreement between Russian and Indian experts was for sadness state. In acting speech of Tamil children, Indian experts recognized anger and better than other emotional states. And Russian experts also recognized anger better than other emotional states. And maximal agreement between Russian and Indian experts was for anger state. Analysis of acoustic features of speech correctly classified by both Indian and Russian listeners revealed that when classifying emotional state of children by spontaneous speech, all the experts use pitch values, and when classifying acting speech, all experts use intensity values. Comparing of acoustic features of Russian children's speech correctly classified by Russian listeners and acoustic features of Tamil children's speech correctly classified by Indian listeners. We revealed that Russian listeners recognizing spontaneous speech of Russian children use pitch values, and recognizing acting speech of Russian children use intensity values. Indian listeners recognizing spontaneous speech of of Indian children use speech values, and in acting speech, Indian listeners in acting speech of Indian children use speech values and intensity values. The results of our study confirmed the hypothesis about the ability of experts of two nationalities to recognize four basic emotions via the speech of children of the same nationality and another, but with varying accuracy. And differences in acoustic characteristics of speech of Russian and Indian children reflecting basic emotions were revealed. This data are used as baseline for automatic recognition of emotions by speech of children, and in future for developing the systems for teaching children with developmental disabilities accompanied by emotional disorders. Thank you for attention.
Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. We have one question. Is there a relation or similar between Russian or Tamil?
Between Russian and Tamil cultures, or between Russian and Tamil languages? There are differences between cultures and languages, and these languages are very distant languages.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, please, only one, because we haven't time more.
Going to State University at NTLX. So you are comparing 13 speakers, 13 experts from Russia and India.
Yes.
How do you make sure that the experts come from the same distribution? Meaning you are comparing 13 experts in Russia and 13 experts in India.
Mm-hmm.
How do you make sure that these experts are even comparable?
They are all, these experts have professional experience in the field of speech science. They have a special education in this field. And I want to show.
We haven't time.
And the age of experts, the gender distribution was similar for Indian and Russian experts.
Thank you. Thank you, Olga, because we haven't more time for questions. And I would like to ask about next presentation. Next presentation, automatic recognition of the psychophysiological state of children, autism spectrum disorders, Down syndrome, and typical development. Yuri Matveev, Anton Matveev, Olga Frolova, Elena Leksa, Russia. Please, Anton.
Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
Okay, let me share my screen. Can you see my screen, my presentation?
No.
No?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, very well. So can I start now?
Yes, of course. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Please.
Good day, my name is Anton Matveev, and excuse me, 1 second, please. Okay. Good day, my name is Anton Matveev, and today I will talk about our research on the topic of automatic recognition of the psychoneurological state of children, autism spectrum disorders, Down syndrome, and typical development. Speech disorders are often accompanied by various diseases and atypical development of children. Autism is a development disorder defined as a triad of impairments: atypical development of reciprocal social interactions, atypical communication and speech, and restricted stereotype and repetitive behaviors. Autism spectrum disorders are characterized by impairments in language and social emotional cognition. There is a wide range of speech disorders described for children with autism, from rough delay of formation of speech to, in some cases, outstripping development rate. The severity of autistic disorders affects the level of speech development in children with autism. Children with Down syndrome have specifics in their vocal tract, often a smaller volume of the oral and nasal cavities, lowering the lower jaw and narrow palate, a shorter length of the vocal tract comparing to typically developed children. Another specificity of children with Down syndrome is a large folded tongue and muscular hypotonia. And these anatomical peculiarities cause less speech intelligibility and articulation clarity. Also, less difference between values of form and frequencies of the cardinal vowels comparing to typical development. There are several issues with automatic recognition of psychoneurological states in children. First, there are virtually no data on the reflection of the psychoneurological states in in the voice and speech features for the Russian language. However, there are perceptual studies in which different groups of listeners correctly classify children by development disorders when listening to children's speech samples. Another issue is that automatic speech recognition of children's speech is difficult due to the acoustic variability of speech, including incorrect pronunciation and ongoing biological changes in growth, development of vocabulary, and language skills. From the past decade, there are various studies on affective computing showing many approaches, including recognition of autism. Several studies have shown that GMAPS features and SAM classifiers are most commonly used for similar problems. The goal of our study was to research possibilities of automatic classification of psychoneurological states of Russian primary school children for autism spectrum disorders, Down syndrome, and typical development as control group. There are several existing datasets containing speech of children with the typical development. For example, there is a dataset of children with specific language impairments. There is a dataset for 5 to 12 years old Chinese children with a cleft palate. And there are 2 datasets from 2016 in Czech language containing speech of typically developing children and children with specific language impairments. However, for our research, we needed the dataset in Russian. So we created a dataset AD Child Room. The dataset contains records from 392 children from 4 to 16 years old with atypical and typical development with a total volume over 1.5 terabyte. In this dataset, there are records from 265 children with atypical development, autism spectrum disorders, Down syndrome, mixed-specific developmental disorders, intellectual disabilities, mental retardation, cerebral palsy, and mild neurological disorders. Also, there are 127 records from typically developing children. For collection of the dataset, the children were diagnosed by a medical doctor. The speech material was taken in model situations like dialogue with parents or an experimenter, or, for example, retailing a fairy tale, and presents emotional speech in the Russian language. The records were made by specialized equipment with a microphone not too far away from the source. Specifically for experiments, we selected audio records from 78 male children from 7 to 10 years old with autism spectrum disorders, Down syndrome, and typical development from our dataset. We only took speech material of male children for standardization. And the reason for that is there are studies that suggest prevalence of males in the Down syndrome and autism spectrum disorder populations. The total number of records in the experiments is 3,095. On this slide, you can see the distribution of children by psychoneurological states and age in our datasets, as well as the distribution of audio records for each psychoneurological state. For the experiments, we took the following approach. We used Geneva minimalistic acoustic parameter set features for their ability to reflect affective physiological changes in the process of speech production. We use a version of the feature set with 88 parameters. The OpenSmile 2.0 library was used for acoustic feature extraction from each audio recording. And for classifier, we employed support vector machine. For evaluation, we used a multi-class confusion matrix library PyCM. Various competitions use different evaluation metrics depending on the specific problem. In our case, we used accuracy, precision, recall, F1 score, and their average values for multi-class classifiers. We also used stratified k-fold cross-validation to deal with the relatively small size of the dataset. On this slide, you can see the role normalized confusion matrix for psychoneurological states predictions. And on this slide, you can see the accuracy of psychoneurological state predictions. There are several conclusions we can make from our research. The results for autism spectrum disorder with the accuracy at 70% and recall at 75% for Russian-speaking 7 to 10 years old children are comparable to the best unweighted average recall rate at 69.4% from the autism sub-challenge. The results for Down syndrome with accuracy from 82 to 85.5% are consistent with the data of the perceptual study for Russian-speaking children. It is also interesting to note that autism spectrum disorder is often classified as typical development or Down syndrome, while at the same time Down syndrome is often classified Down syndrome is classified only as autism spectrum disorders, which is consistent with the results of the perceptual experiments. The notes of the results of the study emerges from the use of the spontaneous speech material of children with a typical development and low level of speech formation. The findings allow to use these methods in the future for rapid diagnosis of the development disorders in children and to use it to create a system of alternative communication for children with low level of speech formation. Thank you.
Thank you, Anton. Thank you for interesting presentation. Please, one question because we haven't more time. Do you have a question? No, thank you.
Thank you.
The next presentation, complex rhythm adjustment in multimodal coded switching across Mandarin, English, and Russian. Tatiana Sokareva, Tatiana Shevchenko, and Maria Chervonna, Russia. Please, Tatiana.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tatiana Sokareva, and today I'm presenting the results of our research, which I cannot unfortunately see.
Sorry, just a second, please.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll try to share our presentation with you.
Okay, so it's titled Complex Rhythm Adjustments in Multilingual Code Switching across Mandarin, English, and Russian. Where I can start?
Probably have problem with presentation.
I can actually...
No, sorry, it's the technical issues of the Spira's tech support. I'm sorry for that. Just give me a sec.
We can open PowerPoint if you want
yeah,
to.
I can share it live like this, I guess. Here you go.
Okay, I'll start. Speech rhythm is one of the first characteristics that we perceive and identify as similar or not to our own way of speaking. Thus, rhythm facilitates comprehensibility, intelligibility, and it provides for predictability of important information to be placed at the right position in... Can you switch the slide to the next one, please? Yeah, okay. To turn off at the right place in discourse structure. So speech rhythm is a periodicity of certain prosodic events, including, yeah, that's right. Including syllables, fixed intonation phrases, and some larger units of rhythm. Actually, we have a certain hierarchy of rhythmic units. And summing up the previous research data suggests that the syllable-centered studies have been documented well enough and they've been fundamental. So we decided to switch our focus to the less researched and motivatable aspect of rhythm typology, that is to rhythmic units of feet or foot and intonation phrases, which are marked by prominence and pause placement. Previous research also suggested that in Mandarin, apart from syllable-based rhythm, there operates a metrical system similar to English and Russian, and it's constituted by feet and intonation phrases separated by pauses, and we call all those units major rhythmic units. So the goal of our study is to explore the rhythmic effect of code switching in 3 languages, Mandarin, English, and Russian, for a trilingual speaker, evidenced by temporal and pitch characteristics in major rhythmic units and reading authentic texts. Can you switch the slide, please? So the corpus of analysis consists of 60 texts read by 10 Chinese and 10 Russian advanced learners of 2 foreign languages. There was only one session for each of the individuals in the following order. First, the Mandarin tale was read, then the English one, and then the Russian one. Each session lasted around 10 minutes, and the total time of the sound material is 3 hours, 18 minutes. Okay, we can proceed to the next one. The methods included the perceptual auditory analysis and the acoustic electronic analysis that were followed by statistical and comparative analysis procedures. And in auditory analysis, the texts were annotated for pauses and accents. That's the number of major rhythmic units, that is, feet and intonation phrases, were established. Acoustic analysis followed the following lines. In pitch characteristics, we searched for the global pitch levels in reading texts, measured by pitch values in the opening and in the closing phrases of the texts. So we wanted to check the presence of downdrift in each reading and to compare pitch levels in 3 languages. We also aimed at estimating the local reset of pitch levels at the boundary of adjacent readings. In temporal characteristics, we had to look for the global dynamics of individual reading in 3 languages, then the amount of intonation phrases determined by pauses, and finally the amount of accented syllables in an intonation phrase, just to determine the amount and the constituents of feet in IP. In pause characteristics, we studied the assumed elongation of pause duration and increased number of pauses in reading in foreign languages as compared to the native language. Yeah, next one. So by correlating the results of auditory analysis and pause and accents with the total amount of syllables in the text, we can describe the structure of major rhythmic units in native speaker speech. Thus, we found that Mandarin has the longest rhythmic units of feet and intonation phrases. That was actually already described by our previous research data. In the model of English text, the rhythmic groups are more compact and shorter, while the Russian language tends to occupy an intermediate position, but it's actually closer to the English language in this respect. All right, the next one, please. So pitch characteristics represented in figure 1 reveal the following tendencies. First, there's an obvious downdrift of pitch levels from the initial to the final IP within each reading, except for Russians reading Mandarin. Then there's a reset of pitch levels from a lower level to a higher one between the end of one reading and the beginning of the adjacent one. As for Chinese speakers, they make a more considerable shift, reaching a high pitch level in English reading compared to reading in their native Mandarin. And you can observe the highest pitch values when the Chinese read in Russian. Similar tendencies of gradual increase in pitch levels can be found in Russian subjects when they reset from Mandarin to English and then from English to Russian language. So thus we could observe that the transition from a tone language with its focus on pitch changes in every lexical unit demands a global increase in pitch levels for intonation languages. The Russian language actually turned out to be even more demanding in that respect than the English one. All right, the next one. The temporal characteristics are based on the time spent on reading and tales. It was found that the Chinese and the Russian subjects tend to demonstrate 2 opposite tendencies. The Chinese speakers slow down as they proceed from Mandarin to English and then to Russian, whereas the Russians accelerate as they proceed in the course of one session while reading the same sequence. The next one, please. No mistaken. The assumed post-duration change as a consequence of language shift in reading was confirmed only in Russian speakers. The corresponding values of mean post-duration of Chinese speakers, they showing a tendency to elongation turned out to be insignificant according to statistic analysis. The significant change in pause quantity that you can see in figure 4 and 5 was revealed both in Chinese and Russian speakers' readings. The multiple comparisons between various pairs of languages in each nationality group demonstrated the following results. The Chinese speakers, the number of pauses is significantly larger when they read in Russian compared to reading in native Mandarin, and is larger when reading in Russian compared to reading in English. But the quantity of pauses in reading in Mandarin and English was not proved to be distinctive. As for the Russian speakers, the number of pauses is significantly larger when reading in Mandarin compared to reading in native Russian, and larger when reading in Mandarin compared to reading in English. Again, the quantity of pauses in reading in Russian and English didn't differ much. Thus, reading in typologically different languages causes difficulty in terms of pause quantity for both Chinese speakers when they read in Russian and Russian speakers when they read in Mandarin. In the meantime, reading in English by speakers from both Russia and China, in terms of pause quantity per tail, resembles their native languages, actually. Okay, next. So in conclusion, we must say that both the Mandarin and the Russian learners found the code switching task challenging, which they indicated by slowing down the tempo through the increase of time spent on second and third languages readings. Besides, the Mandarin subjects increase speech values at the onset of the foreign text higher than even in their first language, in their native language. The segmentation of these codes into shorter IPs separated by longer pauses proved to be the code switching effect for both languages, for both language groups. The results suggest slowing down word-for-word processing of L2 and L3 texts in reading. And the most dramatic effect was evidenced by a language shift from Russian to Mandarin for the Russian learners, and from Mandarin to Russian for the Chinese speakers or subjects. So the results of the present study are relevant for integrating approaches based on different dimensions into prosodic typology, and they may have applications in multilingual teaching of the Russian and Chinese language learners. Well, the next one. That brings me, one more, yeah. That brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you all. And best wishes to our academic advisor, Tatiana Ivanovna. I hope she's here with us. I'm not sure. Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you, Tatiana. Please, one question, if you have.
We have a question in the room, if you don't mind.
Okay, thanks a lot for your presentation.
Okay.
Just a second. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Tatiana, for a very interesting presentation. We have that this research have a very interesting future. And now
we have one question. Do we have time for one short question, though? Sorry, Elena, we have a question here.
Oh, okay, okay. One question, please.
Thanks a lot. I've almost forgotten it. Okay, did you measure or estimated somehow the proficiency level of your participants?
Yes, actually, both groups, I mean, the Russian and the Chinese speakers are advanced levels learners of foreign languages. We have maybe correspondence in like C1 or C2A, but they spent similar amount of time abroad learning foreign languages. They are of the same age, 21 or 22 years of age. Actually, all of them are females, if that matters. Usual. We tried just to balance all the categories as we could to make them more or less comparable.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you for question and for answer. The next presentation, intra-speaker variability of a professional lecture, agent, genre, pragmatic versus voice acting. Case study. Anna Donashova, Russia, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me just share the screen. Just a second. Do you see it?
Yes, it's okay.
Yeah, that's great. Good afternoon once again. My talk today reports the results of a case study aimed at analyzing the intra-speaker variability of a professional lecturer under several factors at play, namely voice aging, genre, pragmatics, and voice acting. Intra-speaker variability has long been subject to serious scientific scrutiny. However, apart from some noticeable exceptions, studies are usually based on large corpora consisting of speech samples taken from different individuals, not the same individual displaying variability in speech production. So we've chosen to analyze a number of factors at play to answer the following research questions that you see on the screen. The data for the case study in question were collected from the available recordings of David Crystal's speeches. With an impressive accomplishment record and a great variety of publicly available materials, David Crystal was a clear choice for our analysis of intra-speaker variability of a professional lecturer. Furthermore, his interest in voice acting allowed us to explore the wider array of prosodic variability. The experimental part was carried out in a few steps. First, in order to analyze the effect aging has on the prosody level of the speaker, we collected data from reading samples of 2 time periods spanning 15 years. Second, in order to explore the effect genre has on the intra-speaker variability, same time period data comprising reading, interview, and lecture were collected. Third, for the purpose of analyzing the effect pragmatic intentions have on the prosodic variability, we eliminated the potential aging and genre impact and examined the prosodic makeup of intentions varying within an hour-long lecture, The Future of English is. Finally, to analyze artistic prosodic variability of a professional lecturer, we collected sections of the audiobook Just a Phrase I'm Going Through, where David Crystal voices 9 different characters resorting to prosodic variation. The software used for the analysis, well, you can see on the screen. And here are the extracted acoustic parameters. Based on the obtained data, we've constructed individual prosodic portraits of the speaker in the situations mentioned before. So now let's proceed to the results. First, the aging impact. Another analysis found a significant age effect on the following acoustic measures: pitch, average syllable duration, shimmer, and jitter. Pitch was found to be increasing with age, the findings that are consistent with the previously published findings on its decrease in men until 50 and gradual rise in the years after. Perturbation measures, shimmer and jitter, and their increase revealing the age-induced instability of vocal cords were also expected. However, the value change of ASD parameter is opposite to what was expected. Articulation rate and speech tempo are documented to slow down with older age. Yet acoustic analysis shows the decrease of ASD parameter and thus increase of articulation rate. The finding shows that when having a choice, David Crystal opts for accelerated tempo, proving that age has not affected his control over temporal characteristics of his speech. Interestingly, no age effect was found on harmony to noise ratio, despite the fact that it's been documented to decline with age due to a widening gap between the vocal folds. This demonstrates the speaker's preserved ability to display voice resonance. Now on to the genre impact. Pitch was found to be genre dependent. This set post hoc test showed similarity between lecture and reading values with only interview values standing out. The finding may be explained by a more casual atmosphere of a conversation in an interview, revealing the model voice of the speaker. Standard deviation, while also being genre dependent, was found to stand out during a lecture, which is explained by a high linguistic expressiveness and frequent shifts between low and high pitch. As expected, SD values indeed undergo genre impact changes as they're situationally conditioned and usually consciously controlled by the speaker. Surprisingly, voice quality measures displayed variability dependent on genre. All the three measures demonstrate the lowest values during interview, which increased during a lecture and reading. Seeing as no age-related impact could have taken place, the rise in the values may be accounted for by the emotional activation of the speaker. Now on to the pragmatics impact on prosodic variability. The pragmatic intentions analyzed and used are described in David Crystal's book, The Gift of the Gap, How Eloquence Works. They're based on the results of psychological studies on attention spans and include the following: presenting information peak, information lull, telling a personal story, recapitulation of the main points, and conclusion. A significant effect of pragmatic intention on prosodic variability was found on only the following fundamental frequency measures: pitch, standard deviation, and maximum parameter of pitch. No significant effect was found on other acoustic measures, which show their predominant dependency on age or genre factor. And prosodic variability of voice acting. We hypothesize that David Crystal resorted to gender and age-related stereotypes, language stereotypes, for the purpose of creating characters, book characters. So for that reason, the 9 characters voiced by David Crystal were split into 3 gender age groups: adult male, adult female, and children. Pitch values were found to skyrocket dramatically with adult female characters, which correlates with the robust linguistic stereotype of female voices sounding higher than men's. Harmony to noise ratio values demonstrate resonance in voice and carry age-related changes. David Crystal displays great control over the parameter, and children's voices sound most resonant. Adult female voices demonstrate a smaller level of resonance, giving away the older age. Adult male characters show the smallest values of harmony to noise ratio, which come closer to David Crystal's mode voice. Interestingly, when voice acting, David Crystal resorts to narrowing down his pitch range. When doing children's voices, he narrows the range to 24, which is much narrower than when doing adult male or adult female voices. Pitch range is documented to expand up until middle age. Moreover, it is a distinctive feature, considered to be a distinctive feature of high social status. That's why we presume that by giving adult male characters a wider vocal range, David Crystal highlighted their importance and social status. In general, prosodic variability used in voice acting displays a far wider range, allowing for a more thorough analysis of the speaker. Admittedly, corpus-based studies show a lot about language use and a general development direction of a language, but only a collection of case studies with all the peculiarities of an individual may tell us more about intra-speaker variability. Constructing several individual prosodic portraits of a speaker in different age, genre, pragmatics, environments allow for the recreation of the speaker's prosodic level, and it contributes to better speaker recognition and identification. The analysis of voice acting, mimicking, language play shows the wider scope of intra-speaker variability and thus should also be taken into account. Voice quality parameters should always be factored in as they carry age group belonging, and emotional state of the speaker. That is it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Anna. As usual, one question, please. Okay, so many data and a very short time. maybe in future. Thank you very much, Anna.
Thank you.
Okay. Next presentation: pragmatic markets of Russian everyday speech, invariance and dialogue or monologue. Natalia Bogdanova, Beglarian, Olga Blinova, Tatiana Sherstinova, and Tatiana Surimova. Olga Blinova, please.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Mm-hmm. Okay. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. I'm starting now, and hello, dear colleagues. My name is Olga Blinova, and I will talk about pragmatic markers in Russian everyday speech. This report reflects the work of the research team, and our names are on this slide. Our current project, modeling of Russian megapolis citizens' communicative behavior in social, speech, and pragmatic aspects using artificial intelligence methods, is supported by St. Petersburg State University. By pragmatic markers, we mean discourse units, words, and multi-word expressions with a weakened referential meaning, which perform a variety of pragmatic tasks. They're used to express speakers' attitude to speech content, help to introduce new topics, and to structure the discourse, provide the speakers time to find the proper words, etc. According to a more detailed definition, pragmatic markers are discourse units with a number of characteristics, among which are the following. Usually they are short, prone to phonological reduction, able to form separate tone groups, tend to be placed on close boundaries, grammatically optional, able to perform important pragmatic functions, have low ability or unable to encode propositional content, multifunctional, frequent in spoken speech, and stylistically stigmatized. Our research involves comparing dialogue and monologue speech. For the analysis of dialogue everyday speech, we selected about 190 episodes of everyday communication from the One Day of Speech corpus. The total sample size is about 320,000 tokens. The research subcorpus contains speech samples from informants of different groups presented on this slide. For the study of monologue speech, we selected text from the other corpus, so-called SAT corpus. These are texts of various types obtained from 34 informants, and the sample consists of about 50,000 words. The subcorpus contains elicited monologues. These subsamples of dialogue and monologue speech were annotated, and the annotation of both corpora is based on the developed functional typology of pragmatic markers, which includes 10 types of markers. And this table presents a total number of tokens in each analyzed subsample. In this report, I will only have time to talk about the differences in PM usage between monologue and dialogue, between men and women, between free age groups, and between free groups of speakers with different levels of education. The general list of basic pragmatic markers or invariants includes 60 units. This slide shows examples of how variants of pragmatic markers were reduced to a relatively short list of invariants. For example, occurrences of indicators of reported speech like такой, такая, такие, have been reduced to an invariant такой. Okay, this table shows the results of comparing frequencies and samples of dialogues and monologues. For comparison, we use the log likelihood ratio. It can be noted in particular that the most frequent marker is what, and the greater the value of the metric, the greater the difference between the frequencies of the pragmatic markers in order and SAT. A G2 of 3.8 is significant at a p-value less than 0.05. All the 17 pragmatic markers with significant differences are shown on this slide. Markers that are more frequent in the monologue are highlighted in light gray, and markers that are more frequent in the dialogue are highlighted in dark gray. Only 17 pragmatic markers from the list of invariants demonstrate the presence of significant differences in the frequency of usage in dialogue and monologue. Boundary markers like значит, вот, are observed primarily in monologues. And, for example, indicators of reported speech like говорит, такой, are found primarily in dialogues. This table on this slide shows all the pragmatic markers and variants for which we found statistically significant differences between men and women. The markers that are more frequent in male speech are highlighted in light gray. There are only 3 of them, namely короче, там и так далее. And on our site, one can get examples of a variety of Russian pragmatic markers. And here I'm showing only 2 examples with the marker короче from male speech. Thus, only 14 invariants show statistically significant differences in the frequency of use then comparing groups of men and women. In women's speech, the following pragmatic markers are more frequent. Говорит, знаешь, вообще, смотри, понимаешь, вот, видишь, так, как бы представляешь и такой. So then comparing the total number of uses of all variants for 3 age groups, we did not get significant differences, and that was to prefer the hypothesis according to which none of 3 samples differs from the other 2. At the same time, then comparing the frequencies of specific pragmatic markers, it was possible to identify some differences. More specifically, the differences in pairwise comparison of samples are observed for 10 pragmatic markers, among which вот, значит, говорит, там, так, короче, это, да, типа, and как бы. Comparison of the cumulative pragmatic markers frequencies in the 3 groups by education level showed a significant difference between the group of speakers with higher education and the other 2 groups. More detailed results of the analysis of Russian pragmatic markers are presented in our website. The link is on the slide. And in addition, there is a dictionary of pragmatic markers in print and electronic version with audio examples. Pragmatic markers are functionally important and frequent units of spoken speech, and we will continue to study them. That's all for now. Thanks for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Olga. As usual, please, questions. Okay, I have one question. Please tell me, what about continue with this work? Because we listen this investigation for many years. It's very interesting, but what future? What about?
What's the future? What's the future direction of our study?
No.
There are many of them, I think so. And I think it's a question for our lead investigator, for our leader, Natalia Viktorovna Bogdanova-Beglaryan, and the process of printing of the dictionary of pragmatic markers is ongoing now, and we will able to study many features of pragmatic markers in spoken speech. Maybe we will switch to the maybe writing materials and so on. I don't know, frankly.
Okay, so we have so many plans.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Do you have some questions? Yes or no? I don't see.
Actually, I don't see questions in the chat too. And,
okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes. The next presentation. Can your eyes tell us who you hesitate? Comparing reading around in Russian as L1 and Japanese as L2. Valeria Prakaeva, Елена Рехакайнин, and Vladislav Zubov. Please.
Okay, good afternoon. We'd like to present the results of our research dedicated to the eye movement patterns that correspond to the silent mutation pauses while reading aloud in the first and second languages, Russian and Japanese. So we wanted to see if the visual information processing differs upon the type of the hesitation and the language, and whether we can predict any eye movement patterns related to silent mutations in reading aloud. So we chose reading as our material because it makes it possible to obtain more or less homogeneous data from different participants, and thus to conduct a comparative research of the hesitation phenomena in the second language acquisition. And we also believe that the registration of both eye movements and recording of reading aloud, which was actually implemented in our research, provides an alternative to traditional disfluency phenomena, disfluency research that use speech recordings only. And this way we can receive new evidence on multi-channel speech processing, because reading aloud combines both visual word recognition and spoken word production. So we analyzed and compared eye movement activity that accompanies silent mutation pauses in order to find out how the visual information processing differs upon the three factors. So the first one we took into account were the hesitation pause lengths. They were shorter pauses and longer ones. Then we considered hesitation pause location. They were pauses within one sentence and the sentence boundaries. And we also had control condition. There were no hesitation pauses between the sentences, but only a short syntagmatic mask present as our control condition. And the third language we wanted to check was language, native Russian or non-native Japanese. So for our material, we chose two passages, two fragments in Japanese, and their translations to Russian. We wanted to take descriptions and narratives. And yeah, the texts were balanced in their readability levels, word and sentence count, and also the average word count per sentence. And as you can see on the slide, and the texts in Japanese were, for the most part, unadjusted, except for the part with the words. Some words corresponded to the highest levels of the Japanese language proficiency test, were provided with a reading aid so as to facilitate the reading for our participants who were native speakers of Russian with Japanese study experience. So our experiments consisted of two stages with an interval, because on the first stage, we asked our participants to read the text in Russian and in Japanese. And on the second stage, with an interval, they for us to read the same text, but their translations, and we didn't want them to recollect the contents of the text they read on the first stage of the experiment. So we also had the simultaneous registration of eye movements and recording of reading aloud throughout the experiment. So the recording of reading aloud started when the participants started to read the first text, and the eye movement data was recorded throughout all the experiments while reading both texts. So passing on to the results, firstly, I'm going to describe the results for the hesitation pauses. Not the eye movements, we'll discuss it later. So as for the Russian, there were 136 hesitation pauses in total and 4 times more in Japanese. And there were more shorter hesitation pauses in Russian and more longer ones in Japanese text reading, which is quite natural because it's a non-native reading. And also for the pause location, there were more pauses between sentences in Russian. We expect that it was related to the sentence planning in the first language. It's quite natural for the first language reading aloud. And as for the Japanese, there were more pauses within one sentence, probably related to the issues appearing when the participants tried to deal with some issues well related to difficult words or grammatical constructions processing. Yeah. So.
Oh, thanks. So I'll tell you about the eye movements. And when we analyzed eye movements, we took into account 3 interest areas before. So interest area, these were words in our case, and we took into account 3 interest areas before the hesitation and 3 interest areas after the hesitation when we took about for the Russian language, and 1 interest area before and after hesitation for Japanese language. We chose this interval because it corresponds to the eye-voice span, the distance that the eye is ahead of the voice, the gap between eyes and voice. And this distance is measured in number of characters, and it is different for different language, for Russian and for Japanese. So as a variable, we chose, we measured the sum of the duration of all fixations before and after the fixations in these boundaries, 3 or 1 interest area for different languages. And this table shows the average value of this variable before and after short and long hesitations for Russian and for Japanese. And we can see that when reading in Russian, readers spend significantly more time on 3 interest area both before and after long hesitation than before and after short ones. And when reading in Japanese, the hesitation duration includes only the processing of the interest area following the hesitations, and at the same time, the processing of the interest area before long and short hesitation didn't differ significantly. Another factor we took into account was the location of the pause. We considered 3 conditions. First, silent hesitation within a sentence, second, silent hesitation at the sentence boundary, and third, as a control condition, the cases when there were no hesitation between the sentences. And we can see that when reading in Russian, the duration of fixations before and after hesitation didn't differ either in case the hesitation within a sentence or at the sentence boundary, while in contrast in Japanese, readers spend significantly more time spend the longest time processing the fragment within the sentence after the hesitation. And summing up, we can see that when reading in the native language, there are more short hesitation and more hesitation between sentences. Meanwhile, when reading in the non-native language, there are more long hesitation and more hesitation within sentences. And for a native language, we can see that the duration of hesitations is related to the text processing both before and after hesitation, while for the non-native language, only to processing after the hesitation. We assume that, so also we can see that in the non-native language, processing takes the same time within a sentence and on the sentence boundaries, while when reading in the non-native language, processing takes significantly more time for the fragments following the hesitation within a sentence. And we assume that when reading in the first language, hesitations are associated both with processing preparation for reading the next fragment, and with finishing processing the previous fragment, because the time of visual processing is distributed evenly between the fragments before and after hesitations. Probably when reading in the second language during hesitation, the reader processes exactly the next fragment and prepare for its articulation, what can be caused by complexity of this fragment or maybe the lack of understanding of this fragment. Thus, field research may focus on the processing and perception of such fragments. Thank you for your attention. We are ready to answer questions.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. We have time for questions. Thank you, Valeria and Vlad, for interesting presentation. So the next presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next presentation, what causes phonetic reduction in Russian speech, new evidence from machine learning algorithms, Maria Deiter and Elena Rehakainen. Please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Today I'm going to talk about the causes of phonetic reduction in Russian speech. And this research we began last year, and we presented it at this conference a year ago. And in our during the first stage of our study, we used our corpus of Russian speech, where we have monologues and reading aloud in Russian, and three machine learning algorithms and extremely randomized three random forest and logistic regression in order to find out the factors that are the most important for the phonetic reduction in the Russian language. And we got two subsets of features. And as you can see, both subsets included number of syllables, frequency, whether the word is an adjective, and whether the word is a parenthetical word. If we consider the figures that we got in our previous research, you can see that they are quite high, but not perfect. And we thought about what we can do to improve the results. And there were several assumptions. For example, to use support factor machines due to the fact that this algorithm is better than decision tree algorithm for sparse datasets, and our dataset was quite sparse. And also, it's evident that we could extend the data set and use some other algorithms, and also we could add new features. So we decided to focus on these two last assumptions because our data set last year was quite small. And as for the features to check, first of all, we included those features that we considered last year, meaning number of syllables, part of speech, and we divided part of speech into 18 binary features, meaning whether the word is a noun or not a noun, adjective, not an adjective, and so on. And also frequency in Russian speech in general from the National Russian Corpus, frequency in the text used, meaning in our corpus, and also presence or absence of reduction of the previous words. And we also included this year the feature text type because we have both monologues and reading in our corpus. Unfortunately, we were not able to include such features as speech rate, for example, or stress patterns, although these features are very important for phonetic reduction in Russian, as we know, but we used only those features that are either already annotated in our corpus of Russian speech or that we could get automatically, semi-automatically quite easily. So for now, we had only those features that I mentioned above. And as for data sets, this time we decided to divide our data into two separate data sets and to analyze single words and multi-word units separately to make our data sets more homogeneous. And for multi-word units, we regarded as multi-word units the words like может быть, на самом деле, and so on, according to the dictionary by Rogozhnikova. And as you can see, the data sets this time were bigger than last year, and we are going to enlarge it even more. And this time we also used 2 new algorithms, not only random forest, but also perceptron and gradient boosting. As for the figures, for single words, you can see that the best accuracy and balanced accuracy we got for gradient boosting, whereas logistic regression showed the best results for perceptron algorithm. And there were 2 features that were predicted by all 3 algorithms. These were number of syllables. The longer a word is, the more chances it has to be reduced, and whether the word is an adjective. If the word is an adjective, it has also more chances to be reduced. And as for multi-word units, we got the best results for accuracy and balanced accuracy for random forest. And logistic regression was the best one for perceptron, where we got actually 19 features, and it's not that interesting, and we should consider why we got so many features, maybe because the data set itself was quite small. And here the common features were number of syllables and also both frequencies, the frequency in Russian speech in general and frequency in the text used. And as for the discussion, we can see that both for single words and multi-word units, the number of syllables is the most important factor influencing phonetic reduction according to our results. But we also get some additional questions that require further consideration. The first one is about parenthetical words, because among parenthetical words in our data, there were almost half single words and multi-word units, but you can see that multi-word parenthetical words, multi-unit parenthetical words are reduced much more often, and thus we got this feature only for multi-word units datasets. And the next one is token frequency in a given text. As I mentioned, for multi-word units, it was predicted by all 3 algorithms, but for single words, it was also predicted by 2 of the algorithms, but it got negative coefficient, and it means that the more frequent a word form in a given text is, the less chances it has to be reduced, and it's quite strange. And we are also thinking of how to elaborate this issue in our further research. So we will look more precisely on the token frequency in a given text, and as we will expand the data set, now we have more than 25,000 words in our corpus, and we are going to use them all for this study. And we are going also to compare 3 speech types, because now we do have not only monologues and reading, but also dialogues in our corpus. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you. We will have some question. Number of syllables may be correlate with pause, less syllables in function words. Maybe it's not so question, maybe only a remark.
Yeah, I think it's like a remark. Maybe with less syllables in functional word. Yeah, of course, it can be correlated, because actually some of these factors are intercorrelated. As, for example, we know that among adjectives, there are almost no multi-word units. And yeah, that's it. And we're also going to look at the correlation between different factors as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, questions. Thank you very much for this presentation. We have some problem with internet connection for next 2 presentation. So now we have some time for general discussion. Please, if you have some question for all presenters, please ask.
Seems we have no questions, so we have more time for lunch. Unfortunately, yes, Radmonga Patapova called me that she has not internet connection just now, and she cannot present to next talks. But you can check her papers in the proceedings.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for all. We close this section. Thank you for presentation. Okay.
We have two presentations to present, but no speakers. So
no speakers. Okay.
Nobody wants to present. Thanks.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. Thank you, and thank you, Elena.
Thank you. Thank you for all.
See you at 3 p.m. Moscow time.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. We start in 2 or 3 minutes, and Daniil Kacharov will chair the next session. It will be the session on natural language processing. It seems we have all the speakers here.
Excuse me. I am here, so I will live present my presentation without using the video. I think it's better for.
Okay, so you want to present live presentation, not video.
Yes.
Okay, as you prefer. So please share your screen.
I will try to share my screen now.
But just in the case we have your video, so we can play your video.
So as a chair, I will write in the chat when it's 3 minutes until the end of talk.
Yeah, excuse me, I have one problem here that when I choose a screen to share, it's not the presentation, but it's the others. So maybe.
We can see your presentation, but we have a big black square on it.
Just a moment. I will try once again. Is this better?
Yes, yes, please try again.
And can you see it now?
Yes, I can see, but the right half of your presentation is okay, but left side, I see the black box on it. Maybe it's an overlapping video. I don't know what is it.
I would advise to share the whole screen and then maybe just to show the right presentation. That would be easier for.
Excuse me, can you repeat again?
I mean that there is an option to show the exact application, but there is also option to show the whole screen. And then if you show the whole screen, then it will be, I think there will not be any problem.
Or we can play your video.
Yeah, we can play your video and then you will answer the questions live. I mean,
yeah.
So now you still see the black.
Yes.
Yeah, still there is a black. Yeah.
But I don't see any like the option to choose.
Oh, you should stop sharing the screen and then share it once again.
Just a moment, please. Actually, I don't see any like button or anything to share the screen again. So it.
Yeah, but at first you should close your screen for us. It's the red button usually.
Yeah, maybe it's a red button, stop the demonstration. Or I can do it remotely.
Yeah, I see it now. Okay, so I will try to share it again, and if it doesn't work, then we can switch to the video.
The same problem.
Yeah, the same problem.
So,
yeah, now it's better, maybe. Just there is. No.
Again,
you shouldn't open any applications above your presentation.
Yeah, now it's fine.
But I don't see my...
Not fine. We still have a small black box. I propose let's play the video and see it will be better. And then you will answer.
Alexei, maybe this black small black line will not disturb us too much.
But it will be on all titles of slides.
Yeah, but...
So
no, I mean it doesn't blind the title. So
okay.
I will let it like this.
Okay. So hello everybody. My name is Hiền, and I'm currently a PhD student at Masaryk University in Czech Republic. And today I would like to talk about the topic who is selling to whom, the feature evaluation for multi-block classification in invoice information extraction. And as we know that the invoice is a commercial document that a seller issues to the buyer to record the transaction of selling a product or a service. So in an invoice, the seller and the buyer have totally different rights and obligations. And the way they pre-process and post-process the invoice are different too. So classifying the invoice into the sale invoice or the purchase invoice not only helps the company in tracking the relevant action, but also have the taxation office to monitor the good and the tax duty of the company. So that's why we want to we try to recognize the block contains the information of the buyer, the seller, delivery address from the block tag of the invoice. And to do that, there are some challenges in this. The first one is that the invoice is a huge variety of layout. Each vendor may have a different template for themselves. The second one is that different from the other fields such as the invoice number or invoice date. The seller and the buyer block doesn't always have a keyword attached to them. The last but not least is that the seller and buyer information is distributed through the page. It's not gathered in one place, but it may be, for example, the seller can appear in the header, in the main text, and in the footer of the page. Here you can see the two different invoices from two vendors, and we already marked the purple for the seller, the blue for the buyer, and the orange for the delivery address. And on the invoice on the right, we have keyword for the seller, for the buyer, and for the delivery address. But on the left, there isn't a keyword attached to them at all. So the classification of the seller, buyer, and delivery address is left for the user. Before extracting the feature for classification, we do processing and make annotation. First, the invoice image is processed by an OCR tool to have the text and the bounding box. From the output of the OCR tool, we try to build the hierarchical layout of the invoice. And at this step, we also mark the relative position of the block in the page and located the surrounding block, like identify the top blocks, the bottom blocks, the left and the right block of the block text. Next step, we try to enrich the document by a series of annotation, including keywords, structure data, name, entity, and path of address. And based on this annotation, we extract the feature. The feature here includes 3 different groups. The first one is the block itself information. The block itself information includes the position and the content of the block. The position divides the page into 9 unequal areas based on the vertical position and the horizontal position of the block. And for the content, we not only based on the annotation in previous step, but also we check if the text have number, have a letter, have like capital character. And for the second group of feature, we include here the neighbor content, and we limit it to the closest top, closest bottom, closest left, and closest right. We assume that the content, not we assume, but from the previous example, you see that the seller and the buyer block is not gathered as one place, but it can separate into continuous block or vertically or horizontally. That's why we consider also the neighbor block. And for the invoice that have a buyer, seller, or delivery address keyword, then the alignment with those keywords play an important role to classify this block into buyer, seller, or delivery category. To evaluate the feature, we use an effective declarative classifier for small and medium data set is random forest. Random forest consists of a large number of decision trees and voting for the most popular outputs. For experiment setup, we use a data set consists of more than 500 real check invoice from 134 suppliers. The total block are almost 22,000 blocks. There are 22 blocks we have more than one label, and those blocks are removed from the experiment. The result shows that we got macro average of F1 score is 94%, and just a few blocks, like 3 seller block, are misrecognized as a buyer block, and the unrecognized seller or buyer block take more portion, but we got like the biggest part is on the diagonal line. We also try to remove some group of feature, and if we remove like just one group of feature, then the result doesn't decrease much. The macro average of F1 score, the final result, the macro average of F1 score like reduce at most only 1%, and with only neighbor, the content of the neighbor block, we got an F1 score is 85%. And to look closer at the feature important, we divide the task into two subtasks. That is classification of the party block and the non-party block. And the second subtask is classification between the parties. It means that between the seller and the buyer. And we got both macro average better than the one classifier itself. And the feature important so that whereas the name entity that such as location, person, the VAT number, or the keyword for VAT number and company ID has as a most important feature to classify the party and non-party. Then the position of the block is the best, and the alignment with the buyer and the seller keyword are more important to classify the parties. We also try to analyze the misclassification case, and we see that a big part of unrecognized seller are because of the text block that are stamped as the lower part of the page, and because this is this stamp block with the signature, so the OCR tool usually not correctly recognize the full text, and it not only contains the OCR errors, but it also splits the block into the smaller block with smaller block, and it leads to the misrecognize of the seller block. And the other group of errors happen in the isolated block, either by the layout analysis, or you can see here the distance between the information is big, so it's fragmented into several blocks, and when it contains only one piece of information and the annotation doesn't mark it correctly, then the feature is not strong enough to classify them into seller or buyer. And for the next group of errors, it happened in the non-party block. It's actually the three-quarters of them are actual seller or buyer block that are not annotated by the annotator in the graduate. So from the experiment and the analysis, we see that the combination of the text block and the layout, the text information and the layout as well, the layout, not only the like the closest neighbor, but also the relation between the block through the bed are quite effective to classify the party block. The party block, we got the macro average everyone score 94%. That's a good result. And from the analysis, we see that the layout play important part in this. It means that if we have the better layout and the block have more information, then the classifier will easily will classify easier. So one direction for the improve the result is grouping block fragmented into one big the closed block of the same category into a big block. And the second one is that our feature based on partially based on the annotation. So if the annotation have better accuracy, then the classifier will have like the better result. Currently, we use the name entity of currently the name entity recognition model are evaluated on the normal text, but the info have some like different features such as the short chunk of the text and the less context. So the result is not as good as the result for the normal text. So in the future, we might improve it by training for example, the name entity for the invoice corporate itself. So that's all from my presentation. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you very much for your talk. And we have a few minutes to have some discussions, some questions. So if there are no questions, then I have one. So as I understand, the main reasons for errors are OSR errors and block detection errors. So what do you think about end-to-end detection of buyer and seller just by processing raw images instead of having it step by step?
Thank you for the question. And actually, this work is a module in OCR minor system that extract information from business document in general, and especially we focus on the invoice and the contract, and we already built like the whole system to extract information. The result from the previous work we based on the rule-based classification, and it shows that the errors in the information extraction caused by the misclassification between seller and buyer lead to the low result of the final extraction. But if we like improve the classification past, then the final extraction will improve. And you can see from the byline. Just a moment. Actually, at the end of the byline, we already have a block type class, block type recognition, and the information extraction.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So if there are no more questions, then we can go to the next talk, which is about opinion classification via word and emoji embedding models with long short-term memory. And I think that this talk will be presented by Ilyos Rabinov. Am I correct? Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Thanks, Daniel. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Well, we hear you and we see your slides, so everything is okay.
Thanks. Hello again, everyone, and my name is Ilyos Rabinov. I'm a PhD student at Samarkand State University in Uzbekistan. Associate Professor Sam Kabirov and Dr. Yos Emporos are my supervisors. Today, I will be talking about opinion classification and the word and emoji embedding model with LSTM. Outline of this talk. First, I will introduce a problem statement and brief introduction, and then talk about evaluated architecture for opinion classification of Uzbek movie reviews, and evaluated dataset, word and emoji embedding models, and classification algorithms will presented in experimental setup. Result is described in experimental results section and of course conclusion. In recent years, online activities such as social networks, e-commerce platform, blogs become very popular. Users freely express their opinion and feedback on products, services, events, and various topics in such systems. As growing social networks are rapidly, content created in them also growing, and mining opinion tendency of comments in this content is through opinion classification technologies is very useful for timely understanding public opinion on social media, brand monitoring of brands, and customer support. In opinion classification, positive or negative opinion of users is automatically identified in data usually extracted from social media platforms such as YouTube, Reddit, and Facebook. Also, users express their opinions and feelings on social media with pictures, videos, and emojis, text, emoticons, and more. Along them, emojis can become one of the universal tools for express feelings of people around the world in all languages. Users often also use emoji express themselves, and they serve increase or decrease sentimentally separating ability of text. The importance of emoji in opinion classification and sentiment analysis there are many research. For example, creating emoji sentiment ranking lexicon and them used in rule-based and machine learning-based and deep learning-based classification algorithms, and combining emoji-based features with text features, and doing opinion classification and performing emotion classification using emoji embedding model and deep learning models, and etc. Analysis of available literature, there are no research related to application of LSTM in opinion classification in Uzbek text, and also usage of emoji embedding models in Uzbek opinion mining has been yet studied. So we studied, investigate the effect of emoji embedding for opinion classification in this work, and we used word embedding and LSTM model for opinion classification of Uzbek movie reviews, and investigate various pre-trained Uzbek word and emoji embedding models in opinion classification, taking into account emoji in comments. We used evaluate architecture for opinion classification of YouTube movie reviews, follows a standard approach. The evaluated architecture of block diagram of the architecture is described in this figure. Training and testing phase, both involving pre-processing and feature extraction using word and emoji embedding, and classification stage. Initially, each comment pre-processed, and pre-processing consists of following steps: converting all letters in common comments to lowercase and replacing some letters with Uzbek Latin alphabet. The example, deleting special characters, deleting numbers and exit space, creating a dictionary V using a set of words and emojis from training set. Our next step is a feature extraction, Pre-trained word embedding models used to convert each word into numerical vector using first expression. There WI is a word in comment with index I, and YI hot is the corresponding word embedding for WI word. A pre-trained emoji to vec embedding is also used to represent each emoji in comment as a numeric vector. The word and emoji embedding matrix is generated using expression 1 and 2, and based on dictionary V. This matrix is used in embedding layer of LSTM-based classification architecture. We designed opinion classification model based on LSTM and using word and emoji embedding models and block diagrams. The proposed classification model described in figure 2. The classification model consists of input layer, embedding layer, and dropout and LSTM layer, and fully connected, and finally output layer. Input layer contains contains a vector which corresponding to index of words or emojis, and word and emoji embedding layer generated corresponding vector for every word and emoji, and dropout layer improve artificial neural network by overfitting problem, and output from dropout layer is input to LSTM sequential layer, and last LSTM units output HL and HL entering to fully connected layer. And output layer contain of one neuron, and this neuron described the opinion, the comment is positive or negative, and there a sigmoid activation function used as activation function. There in LSTM sequential layer, and this calculation is performed 8 times step T, and here output previous hidden layer, and this memory from previous hidden layer, and sigmoid function as new update memory, and current outputs also, and these parameters weight of LSTM and bias parameter of LSTM. Experimental setup, we used Uzbek movie review corpus collected from YouTube movie reviews using YouTube data API. Statistical information of the evaluated data set is described in table 1. You can see in the number of positive comments 9,732, and number of negative comments 4,397, and total number of comments is 14,129. Various pre-trained embedding model used in this evaluation. There are 2 fast text models and 3 word-to-vec models, and you can see the information about the used pre-trained embedding models. This is for word embedding model, and the last one is emoji embedding model. Hyperparameters of LSTM and selected empirically, and they are not described parameters kept default values. All experiment we have done many experiments, and every time all hyperparameters kept same. They are described experimental results. They are 8 setup. You can see, and best we used a crazy measure for evaluation, crazy and F1 measure precision recall measure we used to evaluate classification results. And best accuracy 91.17% when obtained Uzbek word-to-vec skip-gram model and emoji 2-vec model together, and the best F1 score is 93.19%. Also same setup, and we can see and we combine to word-to-vec and emoji 2-vec model, and we get higher accuracy and higher F1 measure. We evaluated various pre-trained embedding and LSTM-based model in opinion classification of movie review in Uzbek extracted from YouTube. We also investigate the importance of emoji in opinion classification. Experimental results showed that the best results were observed when pre-trained Uzbek word-to-vec skip-gram and emoji 2-vec embedding models were used together with the classification accuracy being 91.70%. Taking emoji into account increased by performance of opinion classification. This is the first study to present variety of vector representations such as emoji and word embedding in opinion classification for Uzbek language. The results in Uzbek opinion mining are in agreement with the previous similar study in other language. Thank you your attention.
Thank you for your talk. So, if there are any questions. So, if there are none, I have 2 questions. So, the first question is, why do you need a time series classifier to classify texts? This is the first one. And the second one is actually, if you use LSTM, why do you use one direction LSTM and not, for example, bidirectional LSTMs or even transformers with attention mechanism?
Thank you for the question. We know and LSTM model and save word relation, and because time step architecture used in LSTM model. So we used one layer LSTM classification model, and we experimented many type of combination of LSTM model. Also, we experimented bidirectional LSTM, but when used one layer LSTM model, is we get higher accuracy results. We presented one layer LSTM based classification model in this paper. And next work, we will research and pay directional LSTM model and also transformers and using attention mechanism and a hybrid model we are planning.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, thank you, Yev. Thank you for your talk. We go to the next talk by Paras Tiwari. Mind your tweet, abuse tweet detection. So.
Okay, myself Paras Tiwari, and let me first share my screen.
Yeah,
So
we
my
see your
first question
slides and
is,
everything
okay,
is okay.
thank you. So I will again introduce myself. Myself, Paras Tiwari. I am here to present my paper titled "Mind Your Tweet: Abusive Tweet Detection." So this will be my basic outline for the presentation in the next 15 to 20 minutes. So let's start with what is abusive tweets. When we see a tweet or a statement or text, it could be abusive for someone, but it could not be abusive for another one. It could be a sarcasm. So there must be a definition or an explanation for what is abusive. But unfortunately, there is no formal definition which explains that what is abusive. Although there is in California domestic law, abuse is defined as mentioned in the slide, that it could be physical hurting or sexual assault or something like that. But it cannot be taken word widely accepted definition for being a text to be abusive or an statement or a tweet to be abusive. For example, we have these 4 tweets at your screen. Now, rightmost tweet example could be abusive to someone, vulgar to another one, but at the same time, it could be a sexual awareness tweet to a third one. So this is also a basic problem, that even for a single tweet, we could have uh, uh, multiple labels for same thing. Similarly, for the other 4 tweets, we have one is sarcasm, second one is with the friend, or we could have a different opinion for a same statement. And again, when we make our statement more broad, we have several hate speech, we have several offensive speech, and we have several vulgar speeches. Now, there are a condition when there is a hateful speech, but it might not contain any of the abusive word or any abusive lexicon, I must say, or it contextually abusive. Similarly, it could be offensive, but it cannot be abusive. But there are tweets which are abusive and hateful, which are abusive and offensive. So there is a very thin line, or we can just distribute or distinguish between each and every aspect of the thing. So coming back to the problem, that in abusive tweet detection, we have following problem dimensions, including the noise in the data, because as per the official blog in 2013 of the Twitter, every second there were 5,700 tweets. So in 2013, it was 5,700 tweets per second. So now you can imagine what the ample of data got generated within the seconds or within minutes. And in tweet, when we say about the technical structure, we have lexical meaning, lexical dependency, contextual dependency, and some also considers syntactical structure and user meta information. We haven't considered syntactical structure and user meta information in our task, because user meta information made the model too much complicated, because there were too much information regarding user. It would be helpful when we take it for the spam user detection or some other problem, but we don't find it very much useful in abusive tweet detection. Similarly, for the syntactic structure, we know that very rare of the person just tweet syntactically correct statement, and it is rarer when it comes to abuse someone or say something which is offensive to someone. And lexical meaning is we have a single word which has some abusive meaning, so we consider that. Lexical dependency is there might be a condition that one word which is unabusive, but we must consider the other words also, because there might be if we consider them multiple times, we have breast as a abusive word, but there might be a situation where a person would have trying to spread the awareness about breast cancer. So now that's not an abusive. Simply the next contextual dependency. In contextual dependency is somewhat where neither an abusive lexicon is used, nor any dependent thing is used, but it makes you think about something which you have already which you have vulgar or which you have abusive reference in your mind. So these are basic dimensions of the problem. So we will first discuss about the related work which have been done related to each of the a specific granular of the problem. Like in lexicon meaning, people try to create a dictionary of the number of abusive words that could be possible person could say, but later they realize that it is not possible, because it totally depends upon the creativity of person. A person could be creative at any extent. So basic techniques which were naive based, SVBM, random forest, these were basic techniques which were used. We consider only the lexicon meaning. In this, naive based was the most prominent technique which got used. And these were the limitations. Next is lexicon dependencies, the dependency between the two or more lexicons, which when we consider. And then this is the lexicon dependency. In this, in machine learning techniques, we have n-gram and topic modeling, and in neural network, the CNN has outperformed the machine learning models for considering the lexicon dependency because of its window size and its convolutional nature. But although it misses many of the information, and mostly it misses the information when we consider about the contextual meaning of the tweet. It consider the lexical dependency very nicely, and another advantage of being tweet is it has a very limited set of words. So when set of words is fixed, we can fix the window size and window size of the convolutional, and it could learn. But when it's about the context, then it misses the information. And then the like contextual dependency. So contextual dependency is like it mostly dependent upon the creativity of person. Like a banana is considered as some organ, and some similarly some fruits have been referenced with many other things. So there must be a thing which consider if a banana and some other words have been in later memory cell or later part of the text, then it must got to know, model should understand that it which context banana has been used. Banana has been context as an abusive words, or it has been used as a fruit. So this is the basic summary where we have NN and we have used CNN, LSTM, and naive Bayes. And in our proposed approach, we have all three because we consider that limitation of each of these techniques have been overcome by the other, and the powerful, the advantage of one model could be utilized for the others. So this is the basic proposed work. We have used some pre-processing steps for the tweet because, as I mentioned, that tweets are very noisy. We will discuss in the further slides. So our pre-processed tweets were transferred into two channels. One channel was to learn the lexicon probability. It was trained by the naive Bayes classifier, and another channel which is which takes the input in the embedding matrix. From embedding matrix, it goes to the CNN. In CNN, rather than using the max pool layer, the last layer, we just embedded the LSTM layer over there. So what happens is at the CNN part, it learned the lexical dependency, and that the learned contextual dependency, lexical dependency is been transferred the LSTM part, and that LSTM part again learn the contextual dependency. So we have learned lexical probability, lexical dependency, and contextual dependency. Since we have given the equivalent weightage to all them, so the probability of each one has been averaged out in our next part, and this average out the maximum probability of being tweet is abusive or normal. We label it as whatever the probability goes for the tweet. Now we should also consider about the data set. We should discuss about the data set also. As I mentioned, the ample of the tweet and generated per second, and it is very tough to just consider that if we will check every tweet. So we should have a prominent data set that could be used to learn our model, so that it should be justify the number of tweets which are going
Нет.
Sorry, I guess there was connection problem. Am I audible now?
Yeah, we see you and hear you.
Okay, so can someone tell me that at which slide there was issue, so I could resume from there?
I think there was the slide with yeah, this data set slide.
The data set slide.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was discussing about the importance of data set in the in this task. So with respect to the importance of data set, we need both quantity and quality. Since there are many number of tweets generated per second, so there must be a sufficient quantity for our model. And also with respect to quantity, we should also maintain the quality of the tweets, because if we have very more number of tweets which are abusive, then our model will get trained skewed. If there are tweets which are more normal, then also it will abusive, then also it will be skewed. So we must keep balance. And the problem in keeping the balance is also that like it has been mentioned in the paper by M. Fonta, from where I have taken the data set, that while crowdsourcing or labeling a data, it is a problem that there are various emojis where various noises, people are using several abbreviation, and it is sometimes difficult for labeling a data that whether the abbreviation is used is vulgar or not, it is offensive, or we should create the objection or not. So in their data set, there were 53,851 normal tweets, and they have labeled 27,150 abusive tweets. So I have taken these two classes only, so that my model don't get confused between hateful and spam also. And also there was not too many tweets. There was around 2,000 tweets remaining hateful and spam. So I ignored those two. And since we have used the embedding matrix, and we pass too much noisy data in the embedding matrix, it would be possible that the embedding matrix would have taken most of the words as out of vocabulary, and given the very noisy or very less of the data would have been filtered out. So we have used several pre-processing steps. Major of them was that we have removed any URL. So we have substituted any URL to URL, and no links was in the tweets. So when we understand the scenario that there might be a situation that in a tweet, people write something and then reference a very bad or any objectionable content, and link of that is given, it could be marked as abusive. But spam URL detection is another problem. It is out of scope for this problem. Similarly, there was many, like in the previous presentation, where emojis could be used, and they have their implications. So we have to simplify our model to make it more reliable. We have reduced those. We have just making a popular smiley. We have used those popular smiley and replaced them with the text like face, smiley, eye. And similarly, we have assumed that if a word has been started and some special characters has been immediate that word, that would be the abuse. This is a popular way to abuse someone in the Twitter. So we have used these following pre-processing steps just to remove the noises, so that we could have less number of noises to the model, and model could get easily trained and could have more efficient way to train. And also we understand that there is no standard pre-processing steps have been generated till now for the task or for this domain. And this is an opportunity also for all of us, that we could have some standard pre-processing steps for these noisy data. And talking about the performance of our model, that it outperformed all the traditional and older models. We have F1 score of 0.927, and we use F1 score is just because there was not too much balanced classes we have available, so that's why we didn't use accuracy in as a performance benchmark. We use F1 score.
I think we have some problems.
This is a basic future scope that in this part we have just context, we have used only the textual part. So we could also use the multi-model, multilingual model. Like if this is only for the English, we could also use for other languages also. And this is a popular way that now people use more than one languages while tweeting. That if my domain is Hindi and when I tweet, I use English. I use both Hindi and English word in same tweet. So it would be a good work where people might choose a proper textual formation for both the works. And also it could be a intensity that how much it could be taken as abusive and how much it is normal to the person and similarly. So this is it from my side. So I welcome any questions.
Yeah, thank you for your talk. If there are any questions. No questions. So I have some question. As I know, India is a multinational and especially multilingual country. So what do you do with code switching between, I mean, even not two languages, but I believe that you have could have like 3 or 4 languages in the same tweet, or maybe something like that.
So that's what the future scope is for this task, because in India, even if I consider only one part of India, it has Hindi and English mix, and rest there are around 18 languages. And they sometimes what happens is even in a single tweet, we will find more than 3 languages. So this is a task that we can use some machine translation strategy also, or where we could use extract these major keywords. First of all, we will have to detect that whether which language is this. Is this a word from Hindi, or is this word from Tamil, or some question or
Yeah, thank you for your answer. So if there are no questions more, then we can go to another talk. And do I understand correctly that this talk will be presented by video? No.
Yes, right. We have video for the next one.
Yeah, so it will be the talk by Ilya Komalova and Diana Kalugina on perceiving speech aggression with and without textual context on Twitter's social network site.
Good evening, dear colleagues. My name is Lilia Komalova. Let me introduce you the results of the research project called Perceiving Speech Aggression with and Without Textual Context on Twitter social network site. Let me share a slide with you. So, the internet has become the leading place for the emergence and spread of different kinds of social risks, and among them, verbalized aggression. All major social network sites today work in one way or another to maintain a respectful atmosphere within their communities. Besides all this work to harmonize communication, today, verbalized aggression is still a common fact within internet communication on social network sites. Microsoft has published results of its annual digital cultural study, which was conducted during the pandemic from April to May 2020. And according to this study, globally, the number of people facing internet risks dropped by 3% this year, but still it is high, about 76%. And unfortunately, Russia takes 31st place in this index among 32 participating countries. The overall situation in the country remains practically unchanged in comparison with the previous year, but the decline in the online culture has slowed down compared to last year. On the slide, you can see the list of digital risks definitions that are included while conducting digital civility index. You can see that microaggression, trolling, bullying, online harassment are among behavioral risks. For example, 38% of interviewed participants say that they were somehow involved in bullying incidents. Speaking about our research project, we took a classic definition of aggression, which means spoken of physical behavior that is threatening or involves harm to someone or something. And also, aggression is a behavior performed by one person, who is called aggressor, with the intent to harm another person, who is called victim. And the victim is believed by the aggressor to be motivated to avoid that harm. But imagine the situation when both speech provocation and speech reaction realize in aggressive form. In this case, who is the aggressor then? A productive strategy in this case will be classification that helps to focus on a specific type of the phenomenon, in particular to different kinds of aggression, in our case, speech aggression. So in our research project, we focus on difference between offensive and defensive type of aggression. To our opinion, offensive aggression is an initial act, and it is characterized as proactive, effective, or instrumental behavior. Besides, defensive type of aggression is a reactive, affected, and more automatized action. The research hypothesis we rely on argues that the distinction between offensive initial and defensive response types of verbalized aggression will make it possible to localize the focus of aggression and clarify who is the real aggressor in a particular situation. We believe that aggressive action becomes a trigger for the subsequent reaction in the form of speech aggression. The aggressive form of speech marks the norms of communication in a particular situation, and realization of aggressive action divides interlocutors into at least 3 groups: those who agree with the aggressor, those who disagree with the aggressor, and those who remain neutral. Within our methodology, we operate with 2 theoretical constructions: communication context and communicative situation. In our project, we call tweets following the stimuli tweet the nearest communication context, and communicative situation means a structural speech entity that is realized in space and time, and it includes such structural units as circumstances of communication, its incentives, different kinds of participants, topic of communication, motivation to communicate with each other, aims of interlocutors, code and style of communication, place and time, and other environmental communicative peculiarities, as for example, ethnic or cultural specificity. We took an tweet as stimuli, collected randomly out of the messages retrieved from Twitter on 21st of April 2020. All tweets were in Russian and characterized as verbalized aggression. We invited a group of 45 native Russian speakers, recipients aged 18-40. 15 of them were males and 30 were females. The research procedure consisted of 2 steps. At the first step, the recipients analyzed the stimuli tweets without textual context. At the second step, we added 2 or 3 tweets after each stimulus tweet. And the task was first to assess tweets as aggressive or not. And in case of aggression, to say whether it was offensive or defensive aggression. And the recipients were to describe what language level was more representative at the time of evaluating the tweet as aggressive. On the diagram, you can see evaluation at the first step. X-axis shows numbers of stimuli tweets, and Y-axis shows number of participants' answers. You can see that there is no total consensus between the recipients towards whether the analyzed tweets represent aggression or not. But most of them suppose that most of the stimuli tweets are speech aggression acts. In addition to this task, we asked the participants whether they would respond to such tweets if they had participated in this thread. So if they were in the communication, but not the target of this tweet. Most participants answered that they prefer ignore such tweets and not being involved in such communication at all. Besides, we see that some tweets provoke total disagreement. Sometimes participants would agree with the statement presented in tweet, and in some cases would agree with the statement, but not with the wording in tweets. When we asked the participants how they would react if the aggressive tweet would be directed personally to them, they answered that in such cases, they would probably use speech aggression in response. Next diagram shows the evaluations of speech markers. Participants rely on while evaluation tweets as aggressive. You can see that the most indicated features are lexical, punctuation, syntactic, stylistic, and grammatical features are also in the list of the most significant markers of aggressive speech, but not so much as lexical features. Evaluation given by the recipients on the second research step are presented on the diagram. In comparison with the previous evaluations, we fix mild shifts in assessments. The most drastic one is about tweet number 5, which firstly was called non-aggressive, and at the second stage it is in total called aggression, mostly defensive one. In tweet number 3, presence of textual context smoothed the difference between no aggression, defensive aggression, and offensive aggression evaluations. Tweet number 9 evaluations became more inclined towards offensive aggression, and tweet number 10 evaluations towards defensive aggression. As you can see on the table, adding textual contexts in form of comments after the stimulus tweet changes the recipient's decision to classify it as aggressive. We see in total less marks no aggression and more marks defensive or offensive aggression when we analyzed evaluations with context tweets. On the next table, we see the comparison. We compared the gender preferences. We found out that in female group recipients changed their minds in 53.6% of cases when analyzing tweets with the textual context. And after adding textual context, male recipients analyzed them as more aggressive in 47.7% of cases. We noticed that for males group, the most frequent shift was from no aggression to offensive aggression, and from defensive aggression to offensive aggression. And speaking about females group, the most frequent shift was from defensive aggression to offensive one, and from offensive aggression to defensive. To conclude my presentation, I want to say that besides we did not prove statistically the results obtained, we can fix the following trends, which need further checking on the larger group of participants. The first trend is that after incorporation of textual context to the same 10 tweets, the results of speech classification changed. So the presence of textual context influences the interpretation of the message analyzed. Then we found out that most participants would ignore the tweet containing aggressive speech if it was not addressed to them directly, but would respond to it if they were the addressee. And also they will use speech aggression to defend themselves in such communication. Thank you very much for your attention.
So Alexei, thank you for showing the video. Do I understand correctly that we have no possibility to ask the previous presenter?
I don't see Lilia Komalova online, so no questions.
So we can go to the next talk, and this talk will be about toxic comment classification service and social network, and as I know, it will be presented by Mikhail Dolgushin.
Yes. Yeah. Moment. Can you hear me and see?
Yeah, we hear you and see your slides.
So I'm Dolgushin Mikhail, student of University of Human, and I'm presenting our work Toxic Comment Classification Service in social network. The object of study in this work is the moderation of messages and comments in a social network group to maintain a comfortable climate in this group and encouraging people to correctly express their opinion on the topic. And one of the part of this theme is the classification of toxic comments. Toxic comments are rude and disrespectful comments which can be the reason for someone to leave the discussion. This work presents the initial stage of developing a message moderation system intended for administrators of social network groups. The aim of our work is to develop a software that could detect toxicity in the Russian segment of social media Kontakte. We studied the possibility of using machine learning algorithms to create a pre-trained model that's stored on the server side and connected as a web service. And for that, we decided to conduct a couple of experiments with different vector models and classification algorithms. Problems. A lot of work. While we were working towards our aim, we faced some problems. Automatic determination of toxicity in a text is a widely discussed topic in publications. However, for the Russian-speaking segment of social networks, this problem has not yet been developed well. Most of all, automation moderated messages in a social network come down to filtering them using the list of forbidden words or regular expression. This approach often leads to deletion of harmless messages, or on the contrary, to omission of comments with more subtle insults, which are built on context. Also, there are a lack of Russian language datasets for training and the need to use limited computer resources when developing a moderation web service online and posting it on the website. About some related works. A lot of works are devoted to this analysis of messages on social networks. Works represented on this slide shows the main features of the content and related problems of analysis, general terms, jargon, memes, and so on, which can vary significantly. Attackers can use special methods to deceive moderation algorithms on social networks, and so on. In addition, messages represent short texts, which makes it difficult to take into account the context and build models that reflect fixed expressions and word order. Also, there are two main approaches to classify short text. First, rich comments are defined in semantic characteristics associated with toxicity markers such as the use of harsh words, negative or positive, and so on. The values of these features make up the vector of each message to train the system or to determine the class user models. The second approach involves constructing a vector of each message using word gram or word embedding for further training of classifiers and neural a hybrid of these content attributes. Use the hybrid of Kaggle Russian language toxic comment dataset, which was made in 2019. The parameters of that you can see in the table on this slide. This dataset represents comments from the Batch and Peekaboo social networks. There you can see the example of generated toxic and non-toxic comments on the slide in original Russian language with translation on English language. And also this is an example of subtle toxicity without harsh words. Our message preprocessing included translation to of each message, included translating to lowercase, tokenization, stop words, and punctuation removal. Lemmatization provided by NLTK and by Morpho 2 libraries. Also there you can see the code of preprocessing function. Also, we suggested that classification may be positively improved by using the content features, which you can see on the screen. The persons in the text of personas, names, names of locations, and names of organizations. To find them, we used Spacey library. Also, we found positive, negative, neutral sentiment by using Dostoevsky library. And we found the presence of root words by using the vocabulary of root words in each text. Also, there you can see the example of marked text with other content features, where, for example, the first sentence has toxicity and root words. There was a root word, but does not have a negative sentiment. Actually. And what represents the complexity of classification toxicity. For getting features, vector models for feature extraction, doc2vec and fasttext. Also, we apply factorization, which is term frequency. The goal of the first experiment was to find the best combination of a vector model as a feature set and a classification algorithm from that, which you can see on the slide. There are support vector classification, the multinomial naive Bayesian classifier, the random forest classifier, all of which was gotten from scikit-learn, and the last is a support vector machine modification using a naive Bayesian algorithm. Also, we used cross-validation with stratification to prevent overfitting and to decrease the influence of class imbalance in all classification methods. The table on this slide demonstrates an FE and accuracy values calculated for the previously discussed features, where the best is a combination of fast text vectorization with the support vector classifier, which got us 87%. After that, we calculated the Pearson correlation for each added content feature with the target sign of the presence or absence of toxicity in the target dataset. The largest coefficient is shown by features negative, neutral sentiment, and the presence of root words. Then we expanded word vectors by features with the highest correlation and trained classification algorithms again on the same dataset, the first set of kernel. It turned out that the expansion of the feature set led to a low increase in accuracy on 1%. And so this model was, this word vector was SVC, was used in development of a web application for moderation social network comments because of quality and less memory cost compared to classification using fast text vector model. After analyzing the results of experiments, we choose an approach to implement a web application for the automatic determination of toxicity in contact messages. The main API is a backend service for moderating a social network group. Main API is using ToxicOut, that is a Laravel framework-based backend service that is present an application programming interface for moderator authorization. Then main API was connected with Classifier API, that is an application implemented in Python programming language and the Flask framework. It may retrain the classification model and display the class label for an individual message or comment text. Also, there is a classifier, GUI, that is a separate graphical interface developed for working with the training sample and the output of training methods, which is not represented on the also, main API is using the VK API library, which was developed by contact developers. And also we have a toxic front, which you see on our site. So there you can see how the website interface looks like and some examples of its working processes. So there you can see some comment, and that's toxicity, and then what it's sold in Russian. Sorry. So we investigated the possibility of using machine learning methods to develop the web application for moderation of Russian language messages and comments on social network. Experiments on a sample of 11,000 messages from different sources have shown that the most suitable result is achieved using vectorization of the word vector model and classification by the SVM method with the expansion of content features. The presence of root words, negative and neutral sentiment. The maximum accuracy has reached 87.2%. That is not a state-of-art model, of course, but it was enough small in the question of memory and qualitative enough. Maybe in the future we will use a Rupert neural network for classifying. As a result of this work, the first version of software for moderation of social network messages in the Russian-speaking group of VK has been developed. It trained on a handmade dataset from 5,000 and currently being tested on 5 groups of social network users. Also, it was hosted on Heroku hosting, so you can check how it works. And I should pay respect for my master teacher, Ludwig, and also I personally thank my colleagues, Denis Makro, and Anastasia, who helped me a lot. There are references, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your talk. If there are any questions. If not, then I have two. So first of them is, yeah, I would advise, not even the question, but maybe a comment, so that I would advise you to experiment with bidirectional LSTMs. And I don't think that it will be complicated for you because there are so many different Python tools to do that. So, and there is also one methodological question. Why do you measure your efficiency in accuracy and not in F-measure? Because obviously your classes are, how do they call it? Yeah, because your classes are not equal. So it's not fair to show that it's 87% accuracy. Then I would better show the maybe some F measure.
F1 measure not but we showed actually for classifying toxicity and untoxic classes. And untoxic classes are classified well enough, and we had one experiment was about 94% classifying untoxic, but we had problems with classifying toxic texts, maybe because there are a lot equal for in this untoxic.
Yeah, that's obvious that this toxic classes has lower F measure because it's have less its magnitude is lower than the magnitude of untoxic class. Yeah, thank you. So do we go to the next and last but not the least talk of this session, which is neural network recognition of Russian noun and adjective cases in the Google Books and Gram corpus. And this talk will be presented by Andrei Savinkov.
Hello.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, and we see your demonstration.
Video. About video. So, hello. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to deliver a presentation titled Neural Network Recognition of Russian noun and adjective cases in the Google Book Gram corpus. So, one of the challenging problems of automatic language processing is disambiguation, which is performed for solving a number of practical problems, such as increasing the accuracy of methods of context classification and clustering, improving the quality of machine translation, reducing the amount of information in search engines, and others. One of the important tasks in the disambiguation process is correct recognition of grammatical categories. There are different types of ambiguity and specific methods to solve the problem. Traditionally, the methods are divided into two types, into contextual methods and statistical methods. The priority use of the methods depends on the language characterization. For example, English is a language with poor morphology and fixed word order. This ambiguity in English is resolved by part-of-speech tagging using statistical model algorithm. Russian language is a language with a rich morphology and free word order. So the ambiguity is not limited to a part-of-speech ambiguity. New methods are needed to solve the problem for the Russian. This work proposes a solution of the problem of automatic recognition of Russian noun and adjective cases in the Google Book and Gram corpus. As a rule, the problem of grammatical ambiguity in the Russian language is solved using the context information. However, Google Book and Gram doesn't support source texts, and the context information is not available for us. Therefore, we use the word co-occurring statistics to resolve the case of word in Russian. Next slide, study objective. The work objective is to build a recognizer which allows one to identify cases of Russian nouns and adjectives in the Google Book and Gram corpus. The task is to recognize cases of Russian noun and adjectives using statistics of co-occurrence of words. Just we use only statistical methods. So Russian subcorpus of Google and Gram contains data of words and gram frequencies based on text of more than 1 million books. It covers the period between 1486 and 2019. The subcorpus, Russian subcorpus, contains 89 billion words. It exceeds in 300 times of the word numbers than any other Russian corpus. But we restricted ourselves to the period from 1920 to 29 to avoid the problem associated with the spelling reform of Russian language in 1918. So we used data about syntactic and ordinary bigrams. We used both syntactic bigrams and ordinary bigrams. Syntactic bigrams are units of syntactic structures denoting a binary relation between a pair of words in a sentence. In each syntactic bigram, one word called the head and other one is dependent. Information about marks, case marks, we used from Open Corpora project. So each noun and adjective marked like nominative case or genitive case and so on. So we use this kind of information. About training sample, we used, as I said, we used only bigram frequencies, only statistical information because we don't have context. But homonymy of case forms is widely spread in Russian. For example, the word okno, which is the window in English, is used in both nominative and accusative cases. And for example, more examples, the word человек means human in English, is used in nominative and genitive cases, the same word. For example, plural noun is genitive case and singular noun is nominative case. To resolve the ambiguity, we introduced new classes. For nouns, we introduced nominative plus genitive case, nominative plus accusative, genitive plus dative, genitive plus accusative, and dative plus prepositional. So totally we used 10 classes for nouns. For adjectives, we introduced the nominative plus accusative and dative plus instrumental. A genitive case was replaced by genitive plus accusative because it's impossible to distinguish in context the genitive and accusative. I mean, the form of word is not distinguishable. Only if we can distinguish two cases, give genitive and accusative only using context information. So, vector representation of words. There are 20,000 of the most frequent words used as context words in present research. Each word target is represented by two bigram frequency vectors of form WX and XW. This is about order. Context word and target word. Target context, this is combination is WX, and context target word, this is X combination type of XW. So each word is described by pair of vectors of dimension of 20,000. Both vectors were concatenated to obtain a singular 40,000 dimensional vector. So it's just example about the vector representation of words. For example, we have English word disconnect. This is not Russian, this is about English to more understandable. English word disconnect. We see this, we observe this word in English texts like disconnect the, disconnect of, disconnect and, disconnect to, and so on and so on. This is context word and context and reference word. At which combination has a frequency. These are bigrams, and which bigrams has a frequency in Google Book and Gram corpus. And the same or other combination like the disconnect, off disconnect, and disconnect, and so on. These bigrams also has frequencies. So finally, we prepared two vectors for each context word. Vector 1 is for combination type of WX, and vector 2 for combination of XW. So each word, so we use two vectors for each context word. Length of each vector is to 20,000, and then we combine them to one single vector of length 40,000. So about pre-processing of vectors, we used four methods for vector normalization. The first of ones is the input data matrix was first normalized by rows, so that the sum of the elements in the row equal to 1, and then it was normalized by the columns. This method is described in the reference 1. A second normalization method is just ordinary normalization, when the input data vectors of the bigram were normalized to 1. And a third method is a logarithm of the frequencies of the bigrams. Just with +1, we added 1 to avoid the zero frequencies, because in this case we cannot calculate the logarithm. Finally, the fourth method of normalization, it's when the input vector components were determined by the calculating the pointwise mutual information for each bigram using the formula from the reference 2. But we modified the formula with adding the unity, because just to exclude large negative values of low frequency bigrams. So about our model, we prepared the neural net. It's just direct propagation neural net. Input layer where we concatenate two bigram vectors. This input layer of 40,000 neurons, then dropout layer, dropout layer with the coefficient 0.1. We found that this is enough. Then 3 dense layers with the number of neurons of 64, 128. One more dense layer with 128 neurons, and output layer with 8 or 10 neurons. It depends on the kind of part of speech for nouns and for adjectives. For adjectives, 8 neurons and 10 neurons for nouns. Finally, activation function was softmax, just to get the probability-like information for each case. We use ReLU activation function with one exception. I mean, with exception of output layer where we use softmax. But in all the cases, we used ReLU activation. Optimizer was Adam type, batch size 200, and then we just trained the net. So the accuracy which we obtained from the net for ordinary and syntactic bigrams. In rows, we have 4 methods of normalization, and columns are accuracies for nouns and adjectives, for ordinary bigrams and syntactic bigrams. And we see that the best results we obtained for logarithmic normalization. But PMI-based normalization is maybe preferable, because in this case, the training procedure doesn't depend on the corpus size. So, but anyway, the best result is for logarithmic normalization. So also we analyzed the errors. We separated errors into two types, major errors and minor errors. Minor errors, just for example, the word окно may be mistakenly classified as a genitive or accusative instead of genitive plus accusative. I think this is minor error, and we classified this kind of error in the minor class. Major errors, this is when we obtained completely different classification. For example, accusative instead of nominative, and so on. In this table, we see the probabilities of percentage of major errors. For example, we can compare with previous table, for example, nouns, ordinary bigrams, and logarithmic normalization. 96.45% of accuracy. It means error is 3.55%. But only 0.839 is there for major errors, and more than 2.5% is for minor errors. So it's improve our result, I think. About the dependence of recognition accuracy on the frequencies of bigrams. This we see a percentage of major errors and all errors depending on the frequency of bigrams for nouns and for adjectives. For nouns, nothing surprised, because high frequency bigrams has a very low percentage of major errors. Well, because maybe it's because just neural net is learned well with a lot of frequencies. But for adjectives, we see that for high frequency bigrams, the errors increase. Probably this is because of not enough cases. Just these 2 points. It's just seven errors in our corpus, in our data set. Just there are not so many high frequency bigrams in adjectives. The recognition errors were also analyzed more, and the origin of the errors may probably more from the homonymy, like for example, utka word denotes a fish soup. Uha, which denotes a fish soup in the nominative case, and this is a genitive case if this word like ear, and we can find more such examples. And also, there's just considered word can represent two parts of speech. For example, the word переменная, it can be changeable in English. It's just adjective, and it can be variable. This is noun. So maybe this is main problem and main source of the major errors. So our conclusion: comparative testing of the 4 ways of representing the input data was carried out, and the recognition accuracy of the case forms obtained using the PMI was 96.5% for the nouns and 99.52% for the adjectives. The highest accuracy values of 96.45% and 99.63% was found for nouns and adjectives used a simple logarithm of the frequencies. A method of the case prediction of Russian nouns and adjectives based on the bigram frequency statistics has proven as to be quite successful. And this is all of my speech. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your talk. If there are any questions. Then I have one, not more, I don't know whether it's question or comment. If we go back to one slide earlier, you said that one, this one. You said that one of the main reasons for errors is the incorrect recognition of the form, the case form, like with this uha word. So, but as I think, I don't know why it's the source of errors, because the word which is the main word should be, I mean, is different for these two cases, I think. I mean, if you consider these bigrams, so if you consider the main word for this dependent word, then it shouldn't influence much, or not?
Just in context, this is like one word, like uha and uha. Just one word in the context, and this is one case. So just we find this word in the open corpora dataset, and we see the marks like this is genitive case. But in the very often this is uha. This is not uha, and there is different. This is a different case. Maybe maybe this is source. I'm not sure, but probably this is source. But who knows, really?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for your talk. So so we have now we have a short break between the sessions, and thank you for all the presenters of these sessions, and I also thank all the audience of this session. So see you at the next session in 20 minutes, or not in 20 minutes, but in yeah.
Thank you.
So in the 5:20, let's say.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. Okay.
Hello, dear colleagues. My name is Elena Kipitkova, and we start our session that is speech and audio signal processing. We have 6 short presentation, so we have 8 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for questions and answers. And the first presentation is speaker-aware training of speech emotion classifier with speaker recognition by Ludmila Savchenko and Andrei Savchenko.
Yeah, okay. Hello everyone. My name is Andrei Savchenko. I'm from Nizhny Novgorod, from HEC University. Yeah, and actually I'm more familiar with computer vision. So I'm a full professor in HEC University for computer vision. But yeah, and this so the first author is more familiar for the most part of the experiment. But I hope I will give you the whole idea and provide you some sweets of what we have done, because I believe the approach is rather simple and straightforward. So you see that we actually, okay. Yeah. You see, so let's look at, take a look at this one. So we see that we actually we deal with emotion classification tasks. So as a general classification task from machine learning, yeah, and we have an input utterance, input speech signal, and we need to classify it to one of some predefined number of classes. We have a training set, yeah, and actually, okay, there are 2 approaches for such kind. So if you take a look at the possible solutions, you will see 2 approaches for this problem, how to solve it. So the first one is speaker independent speech emotion recognition, which you have a training set of several speakers of some utterances of their emotions, and you have a testing set of input signals of other speakers. So it's a speaker independent approach. And the second approach here is so-called speaker dependent one, and actually it's rather interesting because it's different from what we observe, for example, in automatic speech recognition, when a speaker dependent mode is usually some kind of speaker adaptation. Yep, so you have some speaker independent model and you adapt it to the voice of particular speaker. But here in this case, you see that this is just a mixture of the same persons in training set and the testing set. So I showed here the images, but let's imagine that these are the speech signals provided by this by these videos. Okay, yeah. So probably you see the results from one of the papers devoted to some data sets, some emotion recognition. And you see that the results are really different. So in speaker-dependent mode, the accuracy or I don't know, weighted or unweighted recall are much higher. And actually, in computer vision, I call such kind of situation similar to data leak, because you have the same data, the same person in training set and the testing set. So actually, it is. So actually, it's it's general for speech emotion recognition using speaker-dependent mode. But for me, I believe it's not what we want from the speaker-dependent speech emotion recognition, because I believe it's so you don't so if you say that okay, we will use speaker-dependent mode and speaker-dependent speech emotion recognition, so it's not assumed that someone take your speech data, mix it with all speech data, train the model, and use it as a universal model. Yeah. So it's more familiar to use something like federated learning approach, for example, in which you have some general speaker independent model and you try to adapt it to your particular voice. And actually, here is a complete pipeline of this, of what we used. Actually, it's some modification of fine-tuning of classifier for voice particular speaker. So you have a speaker-independent data, you train speaker-independent model, you train speaker-independent classifier, then you get the data from one speaker, and then you adapt, fine-tune this classifier. So we believe that the training set, the number of utterances from each speaker in the when you perform this adaptation is rather small. Yeah. So we assume that we have some good features for suitable for rather accurate speech emotion recognition, and so you just fine-tune only the last classifier. So we use some kind of multi-label perceptron, but any neural network can be used here. And actually, if we have, for example, multi-user scenario, it's also possible to use such kind of things. So you train separate models for each particular speaker. And then you can use some speaker verification, speaker recognition techniques, or I don't know, face identification if possible. Yeah. So in this case, you choose only one particular model and you will use it in one scenario. It's also possible for one person. So you try to verify using speaker verification approaches. Yep. And if he is verified, his own model will be used. Otherwise, general speaker independent model will be used. So, okay, here is this data set, some very simple but rather informative data set for this particular task. These are some techniques for feature extraction, for classification of these features. Actually, it's the mixture of something from Kaggle for this data set, or some general features like OpenSmile, or I don't know, OpenL3 features. Actually, it was OpenL3 features before their last release when they support TensorFlow 2 version. So it was TensorFlow 1.7, and it was the tricks, plenty of tricks how to run it, but let's keep it. Okay, something. So here are the results for conventional speaker dependent and speaker independent implementation. So it's for conventional approaches for conventional. So they differ only in different splits. So in speaker independent mode, you split the data by actors, by speakers, and in speaker dependent mode, you just randomly shuffle your data set and choose some part of it in the training set and some in the test set. And you see, yeah, so we have some results. So pretty nice that, for example, classifiers like neural networks don't work really well here for this particular data set. Actually, we use some Kaggle code here, and yeah, it's really nice. But we have some good features, some OpenL3 features work pretty nice, and it was really interesting that very simple average acoustic features from the browser also worked well for this particular data set. Probably it's rather simple. Yeah. But here is the results of our approach. So the results, I mean, the dependence of the average recall on the on the number of utterances in the training set of particular speaker. So after adaptation, so when you try adaptation, and this is 10, it's something like one speech signal for each emotion. One speech signal, two speech signals, three, and so on and so forth. 5, 3, 5, 7, 9. So you see that actually the recall increases. If you have plenty of data, so you don't need anything. You can just train the classifier based on the only the user specific data. If you have no user data, then in some case you still so if you have very limited number training sample, you don't need so it's enough to use speaker independent model. But in general, you see that the results, I mean, great here. Grades when you compare it with speaker data with speaker independent mode are much better. Yeah, and blue is horizontal because it doesn't depend on the speaker data. Yeah, some computer matrices just to prove that speaker aware tuning is better, and probably this is the most interesting. So when we use our adaptation scenario and you adapt it only for the model only for voice of particular speaker, you obtain much higher recall when you compare to the traditional speaker dependent implementation of speaker dependent emotion recognition, when you just mix all data from all speakers and training set and the test set. So adapting the model only for voice of particular speaker is for sure is better. Yeah. Okay, and actually we have some preliminary results with speaker identification. So just to prove that it's possible. So even very small training set is enough to verify these 5 test speakers, something like this. Yeah. Okay. This one. Yeah, and this brings me to conclusion. Sorry. Yeah, I need to probably I will move here. Yeah, something like this. So we have some advantages. So actually, the approach is rather simple. It can be used with any features, but it's not so easy to adapt the classifier. So in some case, the multi-layer prisopron was the best classifier. So in this case, you can fine-tune it very well. But in other case, there was a support vector machine, and we need to think how to do it. And we copied the weights of support vector machine to multi-layer prisopron and then adapt it, fine-tune it. So it was some kind of trick. Yep, and there are some applications. There are some, for sure, there are some limitations. So thank you. Okay, I believe I'm in time, but hopefully, I don't know.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions?
Thank you for the report. It was very interesting. So how many motions did you use? And where did you take this classification?
Let me,
What classification of emotions did you use?
it was, I can't, right now I can't, yeah, can you, I don't know, to slide number 4. Do they have, yeah, this,
Yes.
So this is the emotions from the Ravdas data set. I believe 8 or 7 happy set and the fear of neutral, calm, surprised, and disgust. So it was taken from the data set. I understand that there are different classifications of emotions, audio units, or I don't know, haptic units, and so on and so forth. But this was just something from the data set, some labels that were available for the data set.
Yes.
Thank you for the talk. You said about our approach, because I have seen the pipeline, the proposed pipeline is your approach.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it looks like similar. Maybe you can say what is the new in this pipeline.
You mean similar to what? So
I think it's like in average. I think most of the
basically most of pipeline have been skipped in the report.
Probably yes. I believe so. Actually, we tried to draw some very, I don't know, very simple but very broad scheme, because actually we did want to draw some specific scenarios for pipeline. I mean, for feature extraction, for classification, or something like this, because actually it's you can use practically any feature extraction. And again, I said only one limitation is how to fine tune the classifier. This is actually, I believe it's not easy if the classifier is not neural network. Yeah. So what is actually what should I say?
What
yeah.
do you mean about our approach?
Yeah. So I mean that.
So what the core idea is?
Yeah. Okay. So if you take a look at the I don't know specific papers about speaker-dependent mode for this particular data set. Okay, let's move to very short point. Yeah, then you will observe two approaches: speaker-dependent, speaker-independent. Speaker-dependent. So here are the speaker-independent approach. They split the training and test set by actors. Yeah, it's general. Speaker independent, for me, it's not general. I'm not sure that it's general for, so it's not so general for, I don't know, for speech emotion recognition, because for me, it's not appropriate, and it's not good speaker dependent mode. When you just take the whole data set, all actors, and split it randomly. I don't know, is it good or not for speaker dependent mode? How do you think?
So again, what's the core idea we are talking about? So am I correct that you use a third-party model to split your data set by speakers? Is it correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
So here, the speaker-dependent mode is just splitting the training and testing set by random. So you have data of the same speakers in the training set, in the test set, and you have only one model when you train it.
Yeah, it's not specific trait for speaker. It's the model for all speakers, but it's trained on part of the model. So we, I can say that it's really, I mean, something innovative, because for me it's obvious, and and probably for most of you it's obvious. But when we take a look at this particular data set and this particular definition of speaker-dependent mode, I believe it's incorrect from my point of view. I believe it's incorrect because I expect from speaker-dependent mode, when you have when you have some speaker-independent model, when you have very limited some speech data of only one speaker, and you train, tune, fine-tune, I don't know, anything, adapt your speaker-independent model to this particular speaker, the voice of this particular speaker. So after that, we had some speaker verification, some other techniques how to choose this model and something like this. But that's what we mean about our approach, and what we mean about comparing it with existing approaches for this particular data set and comparing it.
We're out of time, so I think let's the speaker again. And the next presentation is analysis of dialogues of typically developing children, children with Down syndrome and ASD using machine learning methods by Alicia Makhnitkina, Alexey Grigoriev, and Alexander Nikolaev.
Good day, colleagues. My name is Alexey Makhnitkina. Today, I would like to present to your attention the results of our work on the topic analysis of dialogues of typical developing children, children with Down syndrome, and ASD using machine learning methods. Okay. Speech of each person has distinctive features, but at the same time, researchers highlight specific things which are characteristic for groups of text, for example, works of different genders or text by people belonging to different groups. Grammatic, lexical, morphological features are considered among such things. Linguistic characteristic for which difference has been identified for the target groups of text are used for classification of text. A large number of such studies focus on a speech of typically developing children, and for children with atypical development, such studies are few. The most studies are aimed at comparing the speech of children with Down syndrome and typically developed children, or compare the speech of children with autism spectrum disorders and typically developed. However, in all the studies presented, linguistic analysis of children's speech was performed manually. One of limitation in the use of morphological features in the problems of classification text of children with typical development ASD is that most researchers carry out the makeup manually. However, high quality of modern morphological analysis for the Russian language makes it possible to make up automatically, which help to mark up a large amount of data in a short period of time without involving of linguists. The aim of our study was to identify the linguistic features of speech of typically developing children, children with ASD and Down syndrome, for the classification of the dialect text of children using machine learning methods at high performance dataset. In our study, we used the original dataset containing hand transcribed dialogues of children with typical development, Down syndrome, and autism spectrum disorder. The sample included speech material of boys aged 8 to 11 years. The transcription of the dialogues was carried out by 4 experts, specialists in the field of study of children's speech. And in total, the dataset contained 69 files with dialogues. The characteristics of the dataset are presented in the table. Okay. The study included the following states: grammatic analysis. The main task of grammatic analysis is to isolate structural units from the input text, namely paragraph sentences, words, punctuation marks, etc. As a result of grammatical analysis, sentence and word were identified, punctuation marks were analyzed, and after carrying out grammatical analysis, 6 features were calculated. The next step is morphological analysis. Morphological text analysis is the process of determining the grammatical meaning of the word's forms and highlighted via stems. The task of morphological analysis is to determine the normal form from which a given word's form was formed, as well as to obtain a set of morphological characteristics. After morphological analysis, relative frequencies of part of speech were calculated for each child. They use a large of features in classification models with a small number of samples, leads to overfitting. In connection with this, a reduction in dimension is carried out. At the first stage, where significance of the features was evaluated to test the hypothesis about the difference between 3 independent samples in terms of the stereotype in the study state, the Kruskal-Wallis H test was used. To solve the problem of classifying dialogues in accordance with the presence or absence of dialogue in children, classical machine learning methods were used. Okay. After Kruskal-Wallis H test was used, we formed data sets with features having differences at their significance levels of 0.05, 0.01, and 0.001. The most significant differences between the 3 classes at the level of 0.001 presented in the last column, and this feature we used in the next step. Okay. We use 3 methods to build classification models: gradient boosting classifier, random forest classifier, and RWBoost classifier. Combining the 3 classifiers and using the majority rule voting classifier to predict class labels achieved an accuracy of 86%. As a result, 95% of dialogues of children with typical development were correctly classified, 57% of dialogues in children with Down syndrome, and 86% of dialogues of children with ISDEP. Experimental results significantly exceed the baseline. And in the future, we plan to consider additional linguistic features characterizing the main part of speech and combine 2 modalities, audio and text, which can also improve the quality of the classification models. Thank you.
Any questions? Maybe one short question. If there is no question, let's thank the speaker again. And the next presentation is acoustic characteristic of speech entertainment in dialects in similar phonetic sequences by Svetlana Zimina and Vera Evdokimova.
Hello, dear colleagues. My presentation is named Acoustic Characteristics of Speech Entrainment in Dialogue. So recently, the topic of speech entrainment is of interlocutors in the process of dialogue received quite a lot of attention. So in the process of communication, the interlocutors adapt to each other, both with the help of linguistic and paralinguistic means, gestures, facial expressions, etc. Entrainment seems to be especially important when it determines the successful performing of any task during the process of recording. So what are the factors affecting the characteristics of speech entrainment? So who is the interlocutor? Do we want to communicate and negotiate? And what is the communicative situation? And is there any correlation between the process of entrainment and the acoustic characteristics of the speech signal? Is it possible to make sure that there is speech entrainment to perform calculations and based on experimental data? And if possible, by which characteristics and how to get reliable data? So phonetic characteristics that are usually examined to identify speech entrainment are listed on the slide, but we are going to focus on the last one, on formant characteristics of vowels. So the purpose of the work was to study a phenomenon of speech entrainment of interlocutors in the process of a dialogue, based on the analysis of keywords. Realizations of speech segments found in words with similar phonetic characteristics were compared by formant values. The purpose of the work identified the following tasks. First of all, segmentation of dialogue speech recordings at the level of words and sounds, then processing of obtained data, and then analysis of the received data and establishment of the fact of the presence or absence of speech entrainment between our interlocutors. Then the sibling corpus has been chosen as the material for the research. It was developed and recorded at the Department of Phonetics of St. Petersburg State University. So the structure of corpus implies that the recordings are constructed in such a way that speakers read similar words and different parts of the task. In theory, the acoustic characteristics can vary during the dialogue. So these words are called keywords or similar phonetic sequences. On the slide, you can see example of a task building a route during which our speakers pronounce the keywords that are underlined there. For sure, they weren't underlined at the cards of our speakers. The structure of the material determined the research methodology. Words that were present in the speech of both speakers in the first minutes of the dialogue were selected. Then similar phonetic sequences were selected from the second part of the recording, and after that, similar contexts were compared. Such words were selected in which the target sounds, stressed vowels, were in similar phonetic positions. For the selected keywords, a formant analysis was performed. Average formant values of the stressed vowels of words were compared with those of the second speakers. I suggest that we first consider the results of data analysis using the example of a dialogue between the twins, S11 and S12. On these two graphs, which reflect the formant pictures of the vowels of the two speakers at the beginning and at the end of the dialogue, we can note a fairly strong shift in the formant figures of both first and the second speaker. Moreover, this shift didn't occur in the direction of frequencies of one of the speakers, but it turned out to be a mutual alignment of the formant figures. Of course, visual analysis alone is not enough. This is the Euclidean distance that was used to confirm the conclusions about the speech entrainment. So the lower the value is at the end of the dialogue, the more successful the result of the speech entrainment can be considered. Indeed, the data of the Euclidean distance presented on the histogram confirmed the earlier conclusion. We can observe speech entrainment in the dialogue of a pair of twins. The same process can be observed for several other pairs of speakers. On this slide, we can see the alignment of formant pictures of vowels that occurred during the dialogue between two sisters who weren't twins. The calculation of the Euclidean distance again confirms the earlier conclusions. The same thing repeats with another pair of twins. And interesting conclusion can be drawn based on the analysis of data obtained from the recordings of a dialogue between one of the sisters and a friend of her. The formant pictures generally remain stable throughout the dialogue. The Euclidean distance also shows that in general, the vowels didn't vary much at the beginning and at the end of the dialogue. This can mean that the speech entrainment already happened at the first part of the dialogue. But in the conversation between one of the sisters and the stranger of the same gender, we can see that the speakers mutually change the vowel triangles adjacent to each other, which is confirmed by counting the Euclidean distance as well. I want to draw your attention to the following dialogue: the sister and the stranger of another gender. Our main speaker successfully adapts to his formant values, shifting her vowel a into the frequency range acceptable for the stranger. And the dialogue between one of the sisters and the boss is a good example of divergence in the dialogue, what is confirmed by the analysis of Euclidean distance as well. So in summary, the following conclusions can be drawn. Firstly, in most cases, there is a mutual shift in the formant characteristics of vowels, which result in rearrangement of vowel triangles of both speakers. Secondly, according to preliminary data, the degree of familiarity quite strongly affects the speed of speech entrainment, as we saw on the example of the dialogue between the sister and a friend of her. Then we can also say that the degree of adjustment of the acoustic characteristics depends on the quality of the vowel. To a greater extent, speakers adapt to each other by the rounded vowels of the back row, or U, and also change the location of the vowels A and E, adapting to each other. Moreover, the speakers often shift the pronunciation of the vowels in the range of the height, in the range of the row, or all the cardinal vowels at once. At this stage of the study, there is still not much data according to which we can make conclusions about the dependence of speech entrainment on the gender of the interlocutor. And according to preliminary data, the communicative entrainment is stronger when interlocutors are the same sex. However, the effect of a set of factors such as sex, age, and social status should be taken into account. Thank you for your attention. I will be glad to answer your questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Have you any questions? Well, I have a question. Did the age make influence on the results, age of speakers?
Thank you for your question. I think yes, a bit, because in the case of a dialogue with a boss, one of the sisters and the boss, a boss is older than our speaker, and we could see the divergence, maybe not only the status, but the age as well showed this divergence.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Thank you once again. And the next presentation is titled "Learn and Efficient Representations of Keyword Spotting with Triplet Logs" by Roman Wigan and Nikolai Mikhailowski.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and greetings from St. Petersburg to everyone online. Today, I would want to tell you about keyword spotting with triplet loss. My name is Roman Wigan, and this work was co-written with Nikolai Mikhailowski. Firstly, let's talk about the motivation behind the work. Currently, there are no common pipelines that give efficient phonetic word representations that can be later used in other semantic tasks. And we have no methods of working with large vocabularies of several thousands of words. As we can see here, there are two main themes to speech analysis: semantic tasks, which take into consideration the meaning of words, and non-semantic tasks like speaker recognition, emotion recognition, and so on. And we can see that in semantic tasks, Contrastive losses like triplet loss are very used and underrepresented. Here we can see the default pipeline of any keyword classifier right now, which has some kind of an acoustic model that outputs embeddings.
Sorry, it was my bad.
Yeah. Output some embeddings, and then a fully connected decoder that classifies these embeddings. Our pipeline will be not too much different, but we do not have the classifier head, and the embeddings are projected onto a hypersphere. That is, they are L2 normalized. Their sum of squares add up to 1. Next, let's talk about the datasets. We have one really popular, used a lot in all of the papers, dataset Google Speech Commons. It consists of 100,000 utterances of 35 different words, but we wanted to have a dataset that has more words to experiment with, and we created a LibriSpeech derived dataset of 10,000 classes by aligning the LibriSpeech corpus on word level and extracting the 10,000 most popular words. We then segmented it into 4 sub-datasets of 10, 100,000, and 10,000 words. Let's talk about triplet loss. Suppose we have 3 objects from the dataset. The first one is an anchor. The next one is a positive object because it's from the same class as an anchor. And the next one is the negative object because it's from a different class than an anchor. Now let's subtract the distance between an anchor and a positive object from the distance from the anchor to the negative object, increase it by some margin, and we get triplet loss. Now, to train a model with triplet loss, there are some problems. It is not easy. And the first one is triplet mining. We need to actually get the triplets to train the model. And we cannot just take all of them because there are a lot of them and cubed actually. So we need to mine them and to do it online, preferably. Now we can describe 3 types of triplets: hard triplets, where a loss is positive; semi-hard triplets, where loss is positive but not greater than the margin; and easy triplets, where loss is negative or 0. They are not useful for a model to train on. For this work, we used random negative mining, which is something between hard triplets and semi-hard triplets. We just get all the triplets for some pair, positive pair, and we sample a random triplet that has positive loss. The next problem is class sampling. If we have thousands of classes, it is easy to take a batch that would be easy for the model. That is, the words in it are very phonetically different, and the model does not learn anything useful from this batch. So we used 3 different methods of class sampling. The first one is uniform, just the default one, where we sample classes from the uniform distribution. Next one is proportional. We first calculate the probabilities of the words in the dataset itself, and then sample classes from this distribution. This is because popular words are often short, like and, is, or something like that. And we need to train on them a lot to distinguish them from other short words. And the phonetic method, where we use some phonetic algorithms of calculating phonetic distances. Then we take the matrix of phonetic distances between words, and we first sample half of the classes in the batch randomly, and then the other half are the phonetic neighbors of the first half. Now we experiment with mixtures of these methods, where, for example, uniform plus phonetic means that we have a 50% probability of sampling a batch uniformly or phonetically. And we can see that some of them, for example, uniform plus phonetic gives us the best, uniform plus proportional gives us the best accuracy because it better classifies the most popular words. But for example, uniform plus phonetic gives us better F1 score because it classifies unpopular words better. Next, we can see that we have some kind of an efficient embedding trained from the model where phonetically similar words lie near each other. And in this model, we experimented with several acoustic models, and of them, the ResNet models, especially the RES15 model, worked the best. The recurrent neural networks, for some reason, didn't work with triplet loss. We don't know why just now. So to actually classify the words from the embeddings, we used the k-nearest neighbors classifier, and to not consume a lot of memory from it, especially on the Libri speech-derived datasets, we used quantization with Facebook's library files to construct k-nearest neighbors classifier that has a small size. And at the time, we got the state-of-the-art result on the Google Speech Commons 12 dataset of 98.4% accuracy, but it was later beaten by some much larger models, transformers, and so on. Thank you. This is all, and I can answer any of your questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions? Okay, there is one question.
I have a question in chat. Did you test the model performance for keyword spotting on streaming audio?
No, we didn't, because the task of keyword spotting on streaming audio requires you to efficiently segment the audio itself. For example, if you have 5 seconds and only 1 second of it is the keyword itself, you need to find this portion of the audio, and this ResNet architecture just doesn't do that. Or we need to train it on silence samples to do it.
Okay.
Some other questions? Okay, so there is no questions. So thank you once again for the presentation. So the next presentation is mine. My talk is about end-to-end Russian speech recognition models with multi-head attention. In recent years, development of end-to-end systems became the main trend in speech recognition technologies due to fast advances of deep learning approaches. The end-to-end approach allows to implement models using a single neural network, in contrast to standard speech recognition systems that are made up of multiple parts that are tuned independently. The end-to-end speech recognition models can be based on 2 types of models that are connections, temporal classification, and encoder-decoder. These both models solve the problem of variable length of input and output sequences. Moreover, these 2 models can be combined, and in this case, 2 loss functions are used, which are combined using a weighted sum, as it's shown on the slide. In decoder part of encoder-decoder model, attention mechanism can be applied. Attention mechanism selects a portion of the input sequence, which is used for prediction of the next output symbol And one type of attention mechanism is multi-head attention, in which multiple attention vectors are used in parallel to track different areas of the input data. The aim of the current research was to explore the multi-head attention in the end-to-end Russian speech recognition system, combining encoder-decoder and connections temporal classification models. In encoder-decoder, there are two networks. Encoder transforms the input sequence into hidden state, and decoder predicts the next symbol dependent on the previous symbol, the vector of decoder's hidden state on previous step, and a vector which is computed by attention mechanism, as shown on the slide. Attention mechanism helps the decoder to decide on which time frame and how much attention the decoder should pay to predict the output sequence at appropriate time step. Attention can be defined as mapping a query and a set of key value pairs to an output. The vectors of a key query and value are computed as shown on the slide. There are several types of attention mechanism. In this research, we have investigated dot product attention, additive attention, which computes probability function using a feed-forward network with a single layer, and location-based attention that takes into account alignment obtained at previous step by using convolutional features extracted for a position of previous alignment. In multi-head attention, several attention vectors are computed in parallel. This allows the model to jointly attend to information from different representation subspaces at different positions. All types of attention I have mentioned can be realized as multi-head attention. Moreover, in the case of multi-head attention, multi-resolution location-based attention can be performed, which is computed by using convolutional filters of different sizes for every attention vector. The used end-to-end Russian speech, the scheme of the used Russian speech recognition model is presented on the slide. The models were trained and tested with the help of SPECOM toolkit with PyTorch as backend part. We used filter bank features as input features, and the first block of the model was feature extraction block, which was VGG model with the residual connections. As encoder, we use bidirectional stem with 5 layers with 512 cells in each, and moreover, in decoder, highway connections was used. As a decoder, we use a LSTM network with 2 layers with 512 cells, and in decoder, a multi-head attention was applied. Due to small size of the used speech data set, we additionally used an external LSTM-based language model that was trained on text from online Russian newspapers. The vocabulary size was 150,000 most frequent word forms from the train text. LSTM consisted of 1 layer with 512 cells. For training the model, we used several speech corpora. 3 of them were our own corpora. Mostly they consist of phonetically rich and meaningful phrases and texts. Moreover, we supplemented our speech data with some free available speech data. And in total, we had about 60 hours of speech data. The models were trained with the usage of transfer learning methods. At first, the models were pre-trained on English speech from Libre Speech Corpus. We used 360 hours of English speech for pre-training, and the weights obtained from the model trained on English data were used for initialization of weights of feature extraction block and encoder. And then a model was trained on Russian speech data. To test this model, we used the corpus of Russian speech consisted of 50 phrases pronounced by 5 speakers. At first experiments using one attention vector was performed. We tried all types of attention I have mentioned, and then we used models with multi-head attention and obtained results in terms of order rate are presented on the slide. As you can see from the table, application of multi-head attention allows to decrease order rate for dot product and additive attention. And for dot product attention, we increased the number of attention vectors up to 6, and in this case, the order rate was equal to 28.1%. Now, for location-based attention, unfortunately, we did not obtain the reduction of order rate. So to conclude, in this research, I have investigated a joint CTC and encoder-decoder model with multi-head attention for application in Russian speech recognition system. The usage of several attention vectors allowed us to slightly decrease order rate for dot product at additive attention and application several attention vectors for location-based attention did not lead to improved speech recognition results. This can be connected with overtraining because the training corpus of Russian speech was small. The further research will be connected with enlarging the training data by free available speech data and experimenting with the usage of other languages as a non-target language for transfer learning. Thank you for your attention. I will be glad to answer your questions.
Do you have an idea why the multi-head attention didn't work for location-based encoding?
I think it's because of training. We have small Russian speech corpus. Basically, for end-to-end approach, it's needed speech data about hundreds and thousands of speech data. So we used a small corpus. I think maybe it's connected with this fact. Maybe I'm not right, but it's my idea. So there is no questions, so let's move to the last talk. And the last talk is titled Speak Independent Visual Command Recognition in a Vehicle Cabin, Methodology and Evaluation by Denise Ivanko, Dmitry Yumin, Alexander Aksionov, and Alexei Kashin.
Yes, hi again, everyone. My name is Denis, and my work dedicated to the automated lip reading in a car environment. So as you might know, while driving a car or being a vehicle, it's often a hard noise occurs, and the common speech recognition systems doesn't work well in these conditions. So, and we come with an idea that it will be possible to use visual information about speech from the smartphone of the driver or from the mount or built-in cameras in order to better recognize what's going on inside. So as a main motivation, so as you know, speech recognition is a really vast area. It has a lot of possibilities for applications, starting from the voice search, voice control, telephony, assistive technologies, etc. So there are really many. And there are a lot of industries involved into these kind of activities. And basically, all solutions that are on the market works only with acoustic speech recognition, which works fine in a quiet office conditions, but the efficiency of such methods degrades rapidly when some noise occurs, especially in our case while you're driving a car doing this thing. So there are a lot of limitations in this, and since 1978. We know that the visual part of a speech is crucial to better understanding of the speech, because when we are also use the visual part of speech in the heavy noisy conditions and pay attention to the lip movements of interlocutor. So we are trying to work right now with the so-called bimodal speech recognizer, but in this work, we were not able yet to combine both the lip reading and the speech recognition systems. And I'll present the results for the separate ones. So here are the pipelines of the systems and the bimodal recognizer. So in our lab, during this spring and summer, we recorded 20 drivers. We come up with a list of 50 most frequently asked questions. So we search for the like Alexa Auto, Yandex Drive, Google Now, and also some speech recognition systems from BMW and Ford Motors, and come up with a list of 50 most frequently asked requests to smartphone while you're driving. And we recorded this data set of this. So we in total have 20 speakers in different conditions, mainly in idling vehicles. So we parked our vehicle near the busy crossroads and recorded in several conditions, half of the data with the windows closed, half with the windows open, but there are always a natural noise. And we also have a data with the actual driving conditions. We recorded from the 3 different angles using the Samsung C20 Plus mobile devices with full HD video resolution and 60 fps video data. And of course, we recorded the audio, both noisy and not. So, and using this data, we trained 2 different systems. One is the lip reading systems. We use the common like face mesh algorithm for the mouth region detection, which use the 468 dot active appearance model to put it on the face of a driver. And then we extract the mouth regions from each frame of the video. Then we train the state-of-the-art neural nets. We used we combine the lips images in batches, and then use 3D CNNs for the picture extraction. And then we use 2 layers of LSTM in order to do the recognition of the phrases. So with this result, we were able to do a max value of 61% among the 50 classes of 50 phrases. So we trained only this speaker-dependent speech recognition system. So you see the results of 3 different speakers and 3 different speaker-dependent systems. The first 2 were recorded in the idling vehicle, and the third one in the actual driving conditions. Some characteristics also in the table. So we think that it's a pretty good result. It's so we state that just having recorded 10 phrases for each speaker, we are able, 10 iteration of each phrase. We're able to recognize almost with half of an accuracy among 50 requests. So definitely it's a good place to start. And we are still focusing on enlarging the dataset, of course, and training some other models. So in this work, I present our baseline approach. And for the acoustic part, we also work with the clean audio data, which were recorded in the closed windows atmosphere, where is able to collect the clean acoustic data. So we just extract the spectrogram as you see on the picture, and then we use it as an image. But since we don't have much of a data, we used several pre-trained networks, pre-trained for image recognition, such as Inception, VGG19, MobileNet, Me2. So to use them as a pre-trained part, and then we train them on our data and have the results with, of course, with acoustic data, it's much better. but it's a clean acoustic data. It's almost 19% maximal speech recognition value with the with VGG19 neural net. As I mentioned, it's just the first part. Right now, we are focusing on recording the actual driving conditions. So initially, we record the data from 3 angles on 3 smartphones, but while driving, we come up that we're right now recording only from 2 different angles, because putting 3 smartphones on a screen of a car is kind of risky and might cause some troubles while driving. So the next step would be to collect the actual driving data and then train our models, and of course to go try to make a speaker independent system. So here are the results of the speaker dependent. But actually it's also quite good, because usually the car have only 1 driver. So, and if possible, to adapt and train like for the most frequently asked requests, so he will able to drive without this distraction and use his voice or lips movement to do just regular commands as were, yeah, so as were in the list, like this one. So thank you for your attention. If you have any question, I would like to answer.
Thank you for presentation. Any questions?
I have a question. So what's the visual set shot while driving or in a stable car that doesn't work?
In both conditions. So we have first case, we just park the car near the crossroads and of course put on the engine and just sit, put on the speakers inside and they speak. And the second part of a corpora, it's currently a little bit less. It's have only 3 actual drivers, but who would actually drive and do it in the regular conditions. And both in the daylight, in the nightlight. So we have several. It's also published on this. It's called the Corpus Rusavik, Russian audiovisual speech in cars. And we plan to do it like the open source research. So yeah, but the project will end next year. So when we can put it online after the project will end. Right. Yeah. And you also have a question.
Okay, thank you for the report. My question was, do you plan to start different states when somebody is tired or not? Because it's usually important for the drivers.
Yeah, thank you for the good question. Actually, in SPC RAS, we also have the lab of Alexei Koshevnik. He is behind you, and he like we have a drive safety application, which is meant to help drivers to not, for example, fall asleep while they're driving. So in the speech recognition systems are meant to be some kind of part of these bigger drive safety applications, which is able to help the drivers in some activities.
Maybe I add a little bit. Yeah, because we have created the special platform that allows us to record the corpus as well as register danger situation during the car. Yeah. And in this case, we collect the audio-video signals as well as collect the speed of the vehicle as well as other parameters that we can register from smartphone. And also we detect some danger situation like drowsiness, distraction of driver, mobile phone usage, and also register these conditions during the record of the video, because our idea is to use such information as a context for the text recognition. For example, if the driver is drowsy, yeah, we should have one approach. If he's like aggressive behavior, you should have another approach to follow speech recognition.
Yeah, so that is the basic idea.
Any other questions? Thank you. Just the last presentation. Thank you for participation. And now we have closing ceremony.
Irina.
friends and colleagues, it's time to close our conference. And then the closing ceremony will be quite short. I just have many thanks to all of you, to all the participants, speakers, authors, session chairs, members of the program committee, and of course, our listeners. Also, many thanks to our sponsors and supporters. Thanks to our general sponsor, Huawei Russian Research Center. They gave funding and provided keynote lecture at the first day of the conference. Also, many thanks to our regular sponsor, ASM Solutions, Mikhail Kotov. Thanks to our new sponsor, Alpha Cefei company, Nikolai Shmerov. He's with us today. Thank you. Also, our supporters, our publisher, Springer Nature company. You can see the proceedings online. They are available. Also, International Speech Communication Association, ISCA. Of course, St. Petersburg Convention Bureau of the government of St. Petersburg. Also, many thanks to our very professional conference organizer, Monomax, to our nice girls from Monomax, Olga, Yulia, and so many other colleagues. Aysa Gelmanova, of course, and many others. And now I would like to thank all local organizers. I would like to name each one. Dmitry Ryumin, he should be somewhere here, but seems no. He worked as the proceedings editor. Natalia Kashina also worked on the proceedings. Dmitry Levanevsky is our web programmer. Natalia Dormidontova worked on design for the conference. Also, Denis Ivanko is here. Many thanks for different questions. Maxim Marketantov, our technical support. Danil Kacharov here, and Irina Kipitkova helped us with the scientific program of SPECOM. And Irina Vatumanyuk and Anton Savelyev helped us with the ICR program. So thanks also our general chairs. It's Radmongo Potapova from Moscow. We jointly organized the SPECOM conference during several last years. Thanks to Andrei Ronjin, Roman Meshcherikov, and Gerhard Riegel for ICR conference. And now a few words about our future, about 2022. Well, it's a big surprise, but the conference will be in St. Petersburg. Well, in Russia, we have a tradition to try to organize everything 3 times. So it will be our 3rd attempt to organize it here physically, or at least in a hybrid format. And the conference will be in the beginning of October. Actually, we call this time Golden Autumn, and the conditions are quite nice, like today. We have a sunny day and quite warm weather. Just write these dates into your calendar. The deadline for submissions of full papers is the end of June next year. Well, the dates are here. So thank you all, and you're welcome to St. Petersburg next year. Hopefully. If you have any questions or comments, or maybe complaints, you're welcome. In other case, we just finish the conference. Okay? Okay, colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. We will have a gala dinner as well.